Chapter 1359. Dawn. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The Imperial Tutor raised his eyebrows and his eyes flashed coldly. He stood up from the dragon throne and walked into the hall. He removed the soundproof barrier and said, "Come in." The door was pushed open. The commander of the Kirin army stood outside the door and scanned the hall suspiciously. "What's the matter, Commander?" The Imperial Tutor smiled. The commander of the Kirin army quickly entered the hall and bowed. "Greetings, Imperial Tutor. May I ask where His Majesty is?" The Imperial Tutor said, "His Majesty has gone into seclusion to cultivate. You can report to me if there's anything." "Nothing much. It's just that I haven't seen His Majesty for a long time and I miss His Majesty." The commander of the Kirin army smiled. The Imperial Tutor smiled and said, "The commander is loyal to His Majesty. It's really a blessing for the great Qin," but there was a trace of killing intent in his smile. In fact, a long time ago, he personally looked for the commander of the Kirin army and wanted to recruit him as his confidant. After all, the commander of the Kirin army controlled the entire Kirin army. If he could recruit the commander of the Kirin army and the invincible Black Army, then the entire imperial palace would be under his control. But the commander of the Kirin army was too loyal to the emperor. No matter what conditions he offered, he would not agree. If he couldn't recruit him, then he could only eliminate him. But in the past, it was inconvenient for him to do it because the emperor was there. But now, he could do whatever he wanted and no one could stop him. "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." The commander of the Kirin army looked at the Imperial Tutor. His eyes flashed slightly and he cupped his hands. After that, he turned and walked out without waiting for the Imperial Tutor's response. He was so eager to leave, not because he saw the killing intent in the Imperial Tutor's eyes, but because he felt uncomfortable being alone with the Imperial Tutor. "Wait." The Imperial Tutor looked at the back of the commander of the Kirin army and suddenly said. The commander of the Kirin army froze. He looked back at the Imperial Tutor and asked, "Do you have any other orders? Do you remember what I told you before? Now, I'll give you another chance. As long as you follow me, I'll let you enjoy endless glory and wealth." The Imperial Advisor said, "My lord, this is the throne room. Isn't it inappropriate to talk about this in the throne room?" The Kirin army commander narrowed his eyes and asked cautiously. "Haha," the Imperial Preceptor laughed and shook his head. "You're too naive. Since you can't be used by me, then I can only." The Kirin army's commander felt a strong sense of uneasiness before the Grand Master could finish his words. Without any hesitation, he turned and rushed out of the door. "You want to leave?" The Grand Master's face was full of sarcasm. His divine power was like a waterfall, directly imprisoning the commander of the Kirin army in the void. "Imperial Tutor, this is the Imperial Palace. What do you want to do?" The commander of the Kirin army shouted. "Since you won't obey, then this Imperial Preceptor can only kill you to prevent you from becoming an obstacle to this Imperial Preceptor in the future." The Imperial Preceptor's eyes were brimming with undisguised killing intent. He had heard of it. The commander of the Kirin army's heart sank. The Imperial Preceptor raised the corner of his mouth and raised his arm. The false god power surged at the tip of his index finger. Feeling the terrifying killing intent, the commander of the Kirin army felt a chill down his spine. He couldn't help but feel despair. He shouted, "I surrender. That's more like it. This Imperial Preceptor likes people like you who can adapt to the situation." The Imperial Preceptor laughed proudly and formed a seal with both hands. The Blood Soul technique was formed. Blood Soul technique. The commander of the Kirin army's expression changed. Although the Blood Soul technique was a secret technique, he knew a thing or two about it. Whoosh! The mark formed by the Blood Soul technique entered the body of the commander of the Kirin army. "Ah!" The commander of the Kirin army screamed in pain. The Imperial Preceptor looked at the commander of the Kirin army with a smile on his face. Currently, he controlled the Tribunal Council and the invincible Black Army. Now that he had the Kirin army, the Great Qin Empire was basically in his pocket. But just as the Imperial Preceptor was feeling complacent, a sudden change occurred. The Imperial Preceptor's body shook violently as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The majesty that imprisoned the commander of the Kirene army also dissipated in an instant. The commander of the Kirene army flew into the air without hesitation and fled in panic. But in his heart, he was extremely surprised. What was going on? He clearly felt that he was about to be controlled by the Imperial Preceptor's blood soul technique, but a mysterious force suddenly appeared in his mind and instantly destroyed the Imperial Preceptor's blood soul technique. How is this possible? In the throne room, the Imperial Preceptor's face was filled with disbelief. Wait. This situation is exactly the same as when I controlled Lei Bao. Could it be related to Qin Feiyang again? Damn little bastard, you dare to ruin this Imperial Preceptor's plans again and again. This Imperial Preceptor will not let you off. The Imperial Preceptor roared in his heart. He then flew out of the hall and stood in the air above the throne room, scanning the surroundings. Soon, he found the commander of the Kirene army. He suddenly found that the commander of the Kirene army was heading in the direction of the Bright Sky Palace. To the Bright Sky Palace? Could it be that the commander of the Kirene army has already surrendered to Qin Feiyang? The Imperial Preceptor raised his eyebrows and did not pursue. Because once he left the throne room, he would not dare to attack the commander of the Kirene army again. After all, the commander of the Kirene army held great power and had an important position in the imperial capital. If he were to be killed in public, it would arouse criticism from others. Most importantly, it would attract the attention of those old monsters in the back mountain of the imperial palace. This was not a good thing for the Imperial Preceptor. Of course, he was not worried that the commander of the Kirene army would spread the news. Because the commander of the Kirene army knew his methods. He also knew that even if he spread the news, not many people would believe him. Qin Feiyang, open the door. I have something to see you. Bright Sky Palace. The commander of the Kirene army panted as he landed in front of the palace and knocked hard on the door. Qin Feiyang heard it from inside the castle, but he turned a deaf ear. Bang! The commander of the Kirene army was burning with anxiety. He opened the door with a palm, only to see that it was empty inside. He ran into the main hall and closed the door, shouting, I know you are in the castle. Come out quickly. I really have something important to tell you. However, inside the main hall, there was still a dead silence except for the commander of the Kirene army's roar. Back mountain of the Imperial Palace. At a certain mountain stream, there was a dense fog and a cold wind blew. It seemed unfathomable. An old man with white hair walked out of the fog. It was old Qin, but at this moment, he staggered and his eyes were lifeless. His two arms hung weakly as if he had lost his soul. What should I do? He muttered to himself, his old face full of helplessness. He continued to walk like a walking corpse. Unknowingly, he left the back mountain and entered the Imperial Palace. Unknowingly, he came to the front of the Bright Sky Palace. Qin Feiyang has already left. What is this old man doing here? The sins of heaven can be forgiven, but the sins brought on by oneself are the hardest to bear. The situation today is all caused by this old man. If this old man was not careless and let His Majesty use the divine order from the beginning, how could things be like today? Old Qin shook his head and laughed at himself. He was ready to leave. Qin Feiyang, please, come out and see me, okay? Suddenly, the voice of the commander of the Kirene army came from the Bright Sky Palace. Old Qin was slightly stunned and turned to look at the closed door. Why was the commander of the Kirene army inside? Old Qin walked to the door with doubts and pushed it open. The commander of the Kirene army thought it was Qin Feiyang and was overjoyed. But it was old Qin. Old Qin entered the main hall and asked, "What are you doing here?" "Close the door first," the commander of the Kirene army said. Old Qin turned around and closed the door. He then looked at the commander of the Kirene army and said, "Looking at your anxious look, did something happen?" The commander of the Kirene army said in a deep voice, "Just now in the throne room, the imperial advisor was going to kill me." "What?" Old Qin's body stiffened and said angrily, "How dare he kill the commander personally appointed by His Majesty? Does he still have the law in his eyes?" The commander of the Kirene army said, When His Majesty was here, he restrained himself. But now that His Majesty is dead, I'm afraid that the law is useless in his eyes. We can't let him continue like this. Otherwise, the imperial palace will be in chaos. After Old Man Qin finished speaking, he scanned the hall's surroundings and pleaded, Qin Feiyang, now that the imperial palace is in danger, please help us out for the sake of the late emperor. Yes. We don't ask for anything else. We just ask that you come out and suppress the arrogance of the imperial advisor. The commander of the Kirin army said. After waiting for a while, Qin Feiyang didn't respond. Old Qin said angrily, do you want me to kneel down in front of you before you agree? The commander of the Kirin army turned around and looked at Old Qin. Seeing Old Qin's sad and angry face, he frowned and said, Old Qin, what's going on? Why did Qin Feiyang suddenly leave us alone? It's all my fault. Old Qin sighed and his face was full of self-blame. He then looked at the void and said, no matter how you blame me, you can't just sit and watch in the face of the big picture. Plop. After that, Old Qin really knelt down. The commander of the Kirin army was dumbfounded. Who was Old Man Qin? He actually put down his self-esteem and face to kneel down in front of Qin Feiyang? What on earth had happened that he didn't know about? The commander of the Kirin army shouted angrily, Qin Feiyang, Old Qin has already knelt down in front of you. What else do you want? As a subject of the great Qin Empire and the successor of the late emperor, how can you ignore the crisis of the great Qin Empire? I'll also kneel down in front of you. Please, come out. With a plop, the commander of the Kirin army also knelt down on the ground, his face full of helplessness. Time passed by slowly. The hall gradually fell into a dead silence. Old Qin and the commander of the Kirin army were suffering in their hearts. Whoosh! Suddenly, a white figure appeared in front of them out of thin air. But it was not Qin Feiyang, but Lu Zheng. The two of them looked up at Lu Zheng. Old Qin was naturally familiar with Lu Zheng. But the commander of the Kirin army was full of surprise. Of course, he also knew Lu Zheng. When the second grandpa of the Lu family entered the imperial palace to play chess with the state preceptor, Lu Zheng was beside him. But why was this person by Qin Feiyang's side? Where is Qin Feiyang? Old Qin asked. Lu Zheng looked at the two of them and sighed, Old Qin, Commander, you'd better get up first. My little cousin can't accept such a big gift. If he doesn't come out, I won't get up. The commander of the Kirin army shook his head. Why do you have to do this? Chapter 1360. What? The commander of the Kirin army was shocked. He turned to look at Elder Qin and asked, do you know where His Majesty is? Elder Qin smiled bitterly and shook his head. I don't know. Elder Qin, don't treat us like fools, okay? You helped His Majesty plot against my cousin. How could you not know? Lu Zheng sneered. Plot against Qin Feiyang? What's going on? The commander of the Kirin army was confused. How many more things were these people hiding from him? Elder Qin said, I admit that I was wrong, but His Majesty didn't tell me where he was going before he left. Really? Lu Zheng asked. Once a person lost his integrity, it was difficult to trust him again. Elder Qin said, I swear that if I lie, I'll be destroyed. Lu Zheng furrowed his brows. He dared to make such a vicious oath. It seemed that Elder Qin really didn't know. Lu Zheng said, then why did His Majesty pretend to be dead and leave the capital? Don't tell me you don't know either. Pretend to be dead. The commander of the Kirin army looked at Elder Qin in surprise. Elder Qin felt bitter. He looked at Lu Zheng and said, if I say I don't know, will you believe me? What do you think? Lu Zheng asked. Old Man Qin let out a long sigh and said, back then, this old man told Qin Feiyang that the current His Majesty is completely unpredictable. Although this old man can see that he is hiding a lot of things in his heart, he has never told anyone. The commander of the Kirin army said, I can prove that, because I also found out something. But His Majesty didn't say anything, and as a subject, I didn't dare to ask. And I also found that he doesn't trust anyone, including me. The commander of the Kirin army added. Lu Zheng couldn't help but feel agitated. What on earth was this person trying to do? Old Man Qin said, call Qin Feiyang out. This old man has something very important to tell him. Lu Zheng calmed himself down and said, "My little cousin can hear you from the castle. You can speak freely." Old Qin said in a solemn voice, "I wonder if you guys have heard of Emperor Hong, this person?" Emperor Hong? Lu Zheng's gaze trembled. The face of the Chilean army commander was also instantly filled with fear that could not be removed. Whoosh! Just as old man Qin finished speaking, Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air, his face filled with shock. Seeing Qin Feiyang finally appear, old man Qin and old man Qin were overjoyed. Even his eyes were a little blurry. Qin Feiyang said, "Get up. Kneeling like this will shorten my lifespan." The two of them then stood up. Qin Feiyang looked at old man Qin and asked, "Why are you mentioning Emperor Hong?" Old man Qin said, "I believe you have received the news of the Imperial Advisor's actions in the throne room, right?" Qin Feiyang nodded. Old man Qin asked, "Then do you know who is impersonating His Majesty?" "Who?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "Zhuge Nanhua." Old man Qin said word by word, his eyes shining with a cold light. "What? His Majesty was impersonated by Zhuge Nanhua?" The commander of the Kirin army was once again dumbfounded. He looked at the three of them and roared, "How many more things are you hiding from me? Don't worry, you'll know everything later." Old man Qin looked at the commander of the Kirin army and said, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "At that time, this old man was very angry and was ready to kill Zhuge Nanhua, but do you know? Everything the Imperial Advisor did had already been approved by Emperor Hong. Emperor Hong is not dead." Lu Zheng was surprised. Qin Feiyang was also shocked. Old man Qin said, "Yes, Emperor Hong is not dead. He has been cultivating in the back of the mountain, but he has not appeared for a long time and does not care about the affairs of the world." Everyone mistakenly thought that he had already passed away. Qin Feiyang's heart was immediately set off by stormy waves. He knew better than anyone else the identity of this Emperor Hong. Moreover, not only was his status noble, his strength was also extremely strong. He was a legendary peerless figure. It was no exaggeration to say that even the current emperor had to obey an order from Emperor Hong. It was indeed as old man Qin had said. Many people thought that Emperor Hong had already passed away. But who would have thought that he was still alive and well? The commander of the Kirin army asked, "Why would Emperor Hong agree to such an absurd act of the Imperial Advisor?" For this matter, this old man specially went to find Emperor Hong. Emperor Hong said that a family cannot be without a master for a day, and a country cannot be without a ruler for a day. Now that His Majesty's whereabouts are unknown, we must prepare for the worst. If His Majesty doesn't return or dies outside, then someone must take over the throne. Old man Qin said. The commander of the Kirin army frowned and said, "If that's the case, then we can let the little prince directly inherit the throne. But why let the Imperial Advisor take over the court first? On one hand, the Imperial Advisor is highly respected and has outstanding ability. No one is more suitable than him. On the other hand, Emperor Hong also has some concerns." Old man Qin said. "What concerns?" Lu Zheng asked. "Civil unrest. If the little prince directly inherits the throne, it will inevitably cause a sensation. At that time, it may even shake the foundation of the great Qin Empire. After all, the inheritance of the throne is not a trivial matter. It will involve a lot of things. Another thing, if the little prince inherits the throne now, what will happen if the emperor comes back alive in the future? So there needs to be a transition period here." Old man Qin said. "So it's like this." In order to avoid causing panic, Emperor Hong allowed the Imperial Advisor to let Zhuge Nanhua pretend to be His Majesty and announce in public in the throne room that he would go into seclusion to break through to the false god realm. And with this fake imperial edict, no one will have any objections to the Imperial Advisor taking over the court. Lu Zheng suddenly said. "That's right." Old man Qin nodded and said angrily, "But Emperor Hong doesn't know the real purpose of the Imperial Advisor. The Imperial Advisor is simply using Emperor Hong to achieve his ambitions." Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "You can tell Emperor Hong that the Emperor is not dead. If I could say it, would this old man still be standing here begging you?" When His Majesty arrived at the Butterfly Valley, He told this old man not to reveal the news that he is not dead to anyone. Old man Qin sighed helplessly. This is what you deserve. Don't expect us to sympathize with you. Lu Zheng snorted coldly. Old man Qin's heart was extremely bitter. Qin Feiyang said, what you just said should be the first step of the Imperial Advisor's plan. What is the second step of his plan? Wait. Old man Qin said. Wait. The commander of the Kirin army and Lu Zheng looked at each other, their eyes full of suspicion. He is waiting for the right time. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and said, yes. After a while, if His Majesty still hasn't returned, he will continue to let people pretend to be His Majesty and fake imperial edicts. His Majesty has successfully broken through to the false god realm. However, after breaking through to the false god realm, His Majesty is already tired of everything in the secular world. He chose to continue to cultivate in seclusion and pass the throne to the little prince. At that time, the little prince will be able to inherit the throne legitimately. Old man Qin sighed. Emperor Hong also agreed to this. Qin Feiyang asked. This is what Emperor Hong told me personally. Of course, he agreed. And Emperor Hong also said that in a few days, he will take the little prince to the back of the mountain and personally train him. Old man Qin was worried, and his expression was extremely haggard. Little prince, Qin Feiyang murmured and said with a smile, I have no objections to letting the little prince inherit the throne. Old man Qin's expression froze, and he said angrily, you know that His Majesty is not dead, and you still say such things. Isn't that too much? Besides, do you think that the Imperial Advisor will really support the little prince? He's just using the little prince. In other words, the little prince is purely a puppet. In the end, he will definitely die in the hands of the Imperial Advisor. Old man Qin was furious. He never thought that Qin Feiyang would actually agree with the little prince inheriting the throne. Of course I know. But I'm more willing to see what expression the emperor will have when he returns and finds that his own son has replaced him and sat on the throne of the emperor. Qin Feiyang joked. Little cousin, don't forget the Imperial Jade Seal. The Imperial Jade Seal must be in the hands of the emperor now. As long as the Imperial Jade Seal is still there, no one can take away his throne. Lu Zheng said. My original thoughts were the same as yours, but when I found out that Emperor Hong was not dead, I changed my mind. Do you know why? Because as old man Qin said, the inheritance of the emperor's throne is related to the foundation of the country. If the little prince really ascends to the throne, Emperor Hong will not allow the emperor to ascend to the throne again, because this is too childish. Although the emperor has the Imperial Jade Seal in his hands, it doesn't mean much. Because as long as Emperor Hong says a word, he will obediently hand it over. Unless he can rush back to the imperial capital before the little prince inherits the throne, otherwise, no matter how he struggles, he will lose everything forever. Qin Feiyang sneered. When old man Qin heard these words, his gaze trembled slightly. He actually didn't think of this point. Lu Zheng frowned and said, then the little prince inherits the throne, he will need the Imperial Jade Seal, right? Isn't that simple? They even dare to pretend to be the emperor. How difficult is it to forge your Imperial Jade Seal? Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Old man Qin's gaze trembled, and he hurriedly said, Qin Feiyang, you can't treat your father like this. Although he did do a lot of things to let you down, as a son, can't you be a little more magnanimous? Magnanimous? Have you ever tasted the feeling of being abandoned and living a life worse than death? Have you ever tasted the despair of falling from heaven to hell overnight? Have you ever tasted the pain of being hurt by the father you respect and rely on the most? Have you ever tasted the torture of not being able to recognize your mother even though she's right in front of you? You haven't. Then may I ask, what qualifications do you have to talk to me about these principles here? Qin Feiyang roared, his eyes bloodshot. Old man Qin fell silent. Actually, when I first returned to the imperial capital, if he was willing to tell me the reason, even if he had made 1,000 mistakes, I would have forgiven him. But he didn't. Not only did he not, but he continued to hurt me. The most unforgivable thing is that he actually hurt Mother. Do you know? Every time I think of what happened to Mother all these years, my heart feels like it's stabbed with a knife, bleeding and hurting. How I wish that the person who suffered in the imperial palace was me, not mother. Chapter 1361. Looking at Qin Feiyang's painful expression, Lu Zheng and the commander of the Kirin army fell silent. Old Qin was unable to refute. Because it was the truth. The reason why Qin Feiyang hated the world so much was because of the emperor. After a long time, Lu Zheng let out a long sigh. He stepped forward and patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder, comforting him, everything will be fine. Qin Feiyang smiled reluctantly. He looked at old Qin and waved his hand. I'm not in the mood to talk to you. Let's go. The commander of the Kirin army was anxious. He was about to say something. Forget it. There's nothing to say now. Let's go. Old Qin stopped the commander of the Kirin army. He took a deep look at Qin Feiyang and turned to leave. The commander of the Kirin army sighed helplessly and could only follow him. Qin Feiyang looked up at the back of the commander of the Kirin army and said, "Be careful. The Grand Master wants to kill you. He didn't succeed this time, but he won't give up easily in the future." I know. I plan to follow old Qin in the future. But there's a question that I can't figure out. Why didn't the Grand Master's blood soul skill control me? The commander of the Kirin army stopped and looked at Qin Feiyang. Because of the slave seal. Qin Feiyang said. I see. You've indirectly saved my life. The commander of the Kirin army shook his head and laughed at himself. Then he left with old Qin. Bang. Lu Zheng waved his hand and the door closed. Then he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "What are you going to do?" "I'll make whoever makes me suffer despair." A cold light flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes. Just as Qin Feiyang was about to bring Lu Zheng into the castle, a red-clothed old man appeared out of thin air outside the main hall. This person was about 1.75 meters tall. His body was stooped, but he seemed to be in high spirits. His hands were behind his back, and his fiery red hair fluttered in the wind. He stood outside the hall and glanced at Bright Heaven Palace. Then, without asking for Qin Feiyang's permission, he strode into the hall. At the same time, his wrinkled old face was filled with arrogance. Qin Feiyang looked at the red-clothed old man and frowned slightly. Lu Zheng also had a trace of doubt in his eyes. After the red-clothed old man entered the main hall, he swept his eyes over the layout of the main hall. Although Qin Feiyang and Yi Shiwen were right in front of him, he turned a blind eye to them, treating them like air. "Do you know him?" Lu Zheng secretly transmitted his voice to Qin Feiyang. The red-clothed old man's arrogant attitude made him very unhappy, but the old man's aura was unfathomable, so he did not dare to act rashly. "I was just about to ask you." Qin Feiyang thought to himself. "What? You don't know?" "I don't know either. It's rare to see someone that you and I don't know in the great Qin Empire." Lu Zheng was incredulous. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and looked at the red-clothed old man. "Who are you? Why have you barged into my Bright Heaven Palace?" "Your Bright Heaven Palace?" The red-clothed old man was taken aback. He turned to Qin Feiyang and said indifferently, "Someone who has been expelled from the imperial capital actually has the right to occupy Bright Heaven Palace. What a joke." Although his tone was calm, it was full of contempt. Deliberately picking a fight. Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng looked at each other, the same thought creeping into their minds at the same time. "The last time I came back, I said that no one is allowed to enter Bright Heaven Palace without my permission. I don't care who you are. Get out at once," Qin Feiyang shouted. When he saw that Qin Feiyang was enraged, Lu Zheng smiled playfully and retreated to the side knowingly. He crossed his arms and waited for the show to begin. Earlier on, this cousin of his was already filled with anger from old Qin's provocation and was worried that he had nowhere to vent it. However, he did not expect that someone would take the initiative to approach. Wasn't that just asking for a beating? As for the identity of the red-clothed old man, it was not important to Qin Feiyang at all. That was because even if the heavens were to descend, he would still beat them up without hesitation. However, when he heard Qin Feiyang's words, the red-clothed old man did not restrain himself at all. Instead, he became even more brazen and insolent. He looked at Qin Feiyang with contempt. "Who do you think you are? How dare you yell at me?" "Me?" Qin Feiyang narrowed his eyes slightly. Anyone who dared to call themselves that was not simple. He sized up the red-clothed old man carefully. He discovered that this person's aura was comparable to Zhuge Nanhua's. In other words, this person was a super expert at the peak of the 9-star War Emperor realm. However, so what if he was a super expert at the peak of the 9-star War Emperor realm? If it was in the past, he might still be afraid. But now, if the false god did not appear, who could do anything to him? Qin Feiyang chuckled and said, "Then Junior would like to ask, Senior, who do you think you are?" Seeing this smile, the playful look on Lu Zhang's face became even more intense. The red-clothed old man was so angry that his beard blew and his eyes widened. He said angrily, "How dare you? Do you know who I am? Do you know the consequences of offending me?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Then do you know the consequences of offending me, Qin Feiyang?" Boom. The red-clothed old man was furious. A terrifying pressure pounced towards Qin Feiyang. As expected, he was a super expert at the peak of the 9-star War Emperor realm. After confirming the red-clothed old man's cultivation, Qin Feiyang's eyes also surged with a cold light. With a wave of his hand, the three of them immediately disappeared without a trace. The next moment, Qin Feiyang, Lu Zheng, and the red-clothed old man appeared in the ancient castle. Junior Leopard, Old Wang, hurry up and attack. The white-eyed wolf immediately roared. Lei Bao, Wang Yangfeng, and the others immediately pounced towards the red-clothed old man. The movements outside could be heard from the ancient castle. And the white-eyed wolf knew Qin Feiyang's character and temper like the back of his hand. Therefore, when he heard the red-clothed old man's words outside, the white-eyed wolf knew that Qin Feiyang would definitely not let this person off easily. So, he had already asked Lei Bao, Seal, Seahorse, Wang Yangfeng, and the others to prepare early in the morning. Finally, sure enough, it was as expected. Qin Feiyang brought the red-clothed old man to the ancient castle. There was no suspense. Facing Lei Bao, Wang Yangfeng, and the others who were ready to attack, the red-clothed old man was directly beaten to the ground. His entire body was dripping with blood in an instant, and miserable howls could be heard incessantly. His qi was shattered by Lei Bao at the first moment. "You are simply too presumptuous. How dare you beat me? Quickly stop, then kneel down and apologize to me. Otherwise, I will not let you off easily." The red-clothed old man howled and roared at the same time. He was almost crazy. "How dare you be so arrogant? Continue to beat him up. Today, I will beat you until you kneel down and beg for mercy," the white-eyed wolf shouted. Wang Yangfeng and the others looked at each other and silently retreated to the side. Because they were all old people, they were somewhat unable to do such a thing as bullying the young with numbers. But Lei Bao, Seal, and Seahorse were all shameless people. They did not care so much. They would beat him up first. "It hurts. Stop beating him." Accompanied by the miserable screams that sounded like a pig being slaughtered, the red-clothed old man's nose and eyes were swollen in a short while. His whole body was covered with bruises, and he was in an extremely sorry state. And Qin Feiyang, with his hands behind his back, stood at the side like a sharp sword, his face shining with a cold light. Lu Zheng leaned against the wall at the side, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and looked at the red-clothed old man gloatingly. "Qin Feiyang, if you don't make them stop, I can guarantee that you will regret it for the rest of your life." The red-clothed old man had been beaten to the point that he could not get up from the ground, but he was still so arrogant. He raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang, his eyes filled with a sinister light. Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly, "Whether you will regret it or not, I don't know, but I know that you might die today." Hearing this, the red-clothed old man's gaze trembled, and he roared, "I am someone by Emperor Hong's side. You dare to kill me? What? Emperor Hong's people?" As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. The thunder leopard and the other two beasts couldn't help but stop and look at Qin Feiyang. Although they didn't know who Emperor Hong was, hearing the conversation between Qin Feiyang and Elder Qin, it wasn't hard to imagine that he was definitely a terrifying existence. Lu Zheng also frowned, his expression somewhat solemn. Only Qin Feiyang was still expressionless. He didn't say anything, and only looked at the red-clothed old man. At this moment, the red-clothed old man couldn't help but panic. Because the look in Qin Feiyang's eyes right now made him feel afraid, and it was a kind of fear that came from the depths of his soul. So what if your Emperor Hong's people continue to beat him up? Suddenly, Qin Feiyang said coldly, "Order received." With Qin Feiyang's words, what else was there to worry about? The thunder leopard and the other two beasts swarmed forward again. The leopard's claws, the horse's hooves, like a torrential storm, landed on the red-clothed old man's body. The red-clothed old man's life was worse than death. He never would have thought that after knowing that he was one of Emperor Hong's men, Qin Feiyang would still dare to continue beating him up. "Stop hitting me, stop hitting me. If you keep hitting me, I'll die. I'm begging for mercy, it's my fault." He was truly afraid. He looked at Qin Feiyang pleadingly and cried out. Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear to him. It wasn't until the thunder leopard and the other two beasts had beaten the red-clothed old man's body that Qin Feiyang waved his hand, indicating for the three beasts to retreat. "Overestimating yourself. Reckless fool. I don't know what I'm talking about." The thunder leopard and the other two beasts looked at the red-clothed old man with disdain, then retracted their claws and hooves and retreated to the side. The red-clothed old man was about to get up. After all, he was a super expert at the peak of the 9-star War King realm. These injuries were not fatal. But Qin Feiyang took a step forward and stepped on the red-clothed old man's head. Bang! The red-clothed old man's face was once again in close contact with the ground. "I was wrong, I was blind, please spare me," the red-clothed old man wailed. Qin Feiyang said, "Answer me, did you come to find me yourself, or did Emperor Hong ask you to come find me?" "It was Emperor Hong who asked me to come," the red-clothed old man said. Qin Feiyang asked, "Why is Emperor Hong looking for me?" The red-clothed old man hurriedly said, "He asked me to come and invite you to the back of the mountain. As for why, I don't know either." Qin Feiyang said, "Since you're inviting me to the back of the mountain, then you still dare to be so impudent in front of me." I'm sorry, I'm really sorry," the red-clothed old man hurriedly apologized. Qin Feiyang loosened his foot, retreated to the side, lowered his head and muttered to himself. Emperor Hong actually wanted to see him? Chapter 1362. "Do you want to go?" Lu Zheng glanced at Qin Feiyang and asked telepathically. "When I was young, I wanted to see this legendary figure, but unfortunately, I thought he was dead. Now that I have this opportunity, of course I have to go and see. Moreover, I also want to know what his attitude will be after seeing me." Qin Feiyang thought to himself with a complicated look in his eyes. "Then you be careful," Lu Zheng warned. Qin Feiyang nodded, picked up the old man in red, and left the ancient castle. He then opened the portal and directly descended above the entrance of the back mountain of the imperial palace. At the entrance, there was a large number of Kirin army guards. Qin Feiyang. Seeing Qin Feiyang appear, the Kirin army suddenly changed their expressions as if they were facing a great enemy. "Those who block the way will die." Qin Feiyang glanced at them indifferently and passed by them openly. Then, under the guidance of the old man in red, he flew toward the depths of the back mountain of the imperial palace. None of the Kirin army dared to stop him. However, after Qin Feiyang disappeared, they immediately released the news. What is he doing in the back mountain?" The imperial advisor received the news and his old face was full of surprise. At the same time, old Qin and the Kirin army commander were also full of doubts. After a while, Qin Feiyang came to a black fog. The black fog covered the mountains and the earth in all directions. There were no beasts or plants in the area covered by the black fog. It was barren like a forbidden zone of death. Although Qin Feiyang rarely entered the depths of the back mountain of the imperial palace, he was no stranger to this place and the black fog. This black fog was called the soul-devouring fog. It had a strong penetrating power that could easily penetrate the sea of consciousness and erode the soul, and the god's prison that made people tremble in fear was also in there. Qin Feiyang glanced at the soul-devouring fog and frowned. "Did you bring me to the wrong place?" This soul-devouring fog required at least a 9-star combat emperor to resist. "What do you mean?" The red-clothed old man was confused. This is clearly the location of the divine prison, and you brought me here. Don't tell me that Emperor Hong is currently in the divine prison? Qin Feiyang said. He's not in the divine prison. However, if you want to go to Emperor Hong's residence, you must pass through here, because Emperor Hong lives at the back of the divine prison. The red-clothed old man was afraid that Qin Feiyang would misunderstand that he had ulterior motives, so he quickly explained. Qin Feiyang said, "Then take out the token." A token was required to pass through the soul-devouring fog. This token could release a golden barrier to isolate the soul-devouring mist. The commander of the Kirin army had one. When he went to save his mother, it was the commander of the Kirin army who led him into the god's prison. I didn't. The old man shook his head. No. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. The red-clothed old man said, "With my cultivation, I can completely ignore this soul-devouring fog. How could I have a token? That makes sense." Qin Feiyang nodded. The red-clothed old man said, "Why don't you rest here for a while? After I repair my qi, I'll bring you in. Is it necessary?" Qin Feiyang laughed disdainfully. Right now, he had a 9-star war emperor and a 9-star emperor beast by his side. Not to mention, now that the castle could move, even without the help of the token and the 9-star war emperor, he could freely travel through the soul-devouring fog. Qin Feiyang grabbed the red-clothed old man and entered the castle. Then, he drove the castle straight in. Soon, he saw the divine prison. As usual, the divine prison was located on top of a mountain. It was like an ancient beast, emitting a heart-palpitating aura. And in front of the divine prison, there were 2 black-robed men guarding. They were like 2 stone sculptures, sitting cross-legged on the ground without moving. The aura emitted from their bodies was also extremely terrifying. Of course, their identities were not simple either. Even when the commander of the Kirin army saw them, he had to respectfully address them as ancestor. However, at this moment, the castle flew past the divine prison, and they did not notice it. After brushing past the divine prison, the castle continued to fly deeper into the divine prison. About 100 breaths passed. The castle finally flew out of the soul-devouring fog's area, and what entered the scene was a vibrant mountain range. The mountains were lush with vegetation, and wild flowers were blooming. Clear rivers ran through the east, west, north, and south like giant dragons. Moreover, there were also many fierce beasts here. Every fierce beast had reached the War Emperor realm. However, they were very well behaved and quietly cultivated, making this place seem especially peaceful, like a paradise. I didn't expect that there would be such a peaceful place hidden in the back mountain of the Imperial Palace. Qin Feiyang brought the red-clothed old man and appeared above a mountain ridge. He scanned the mountains below with a surprised expression. The fierce beasts in the mountain stream also discovered Qin Feiyang. But not a single fierce beast went to find trouble with Qin Feiyang. They all looked at him curiously. "Where do we go now?" Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze, looked at the red-clothed old man, and asked. "Continue forward, about 20 miles, and you will see a huge mountain. Emperor Hong is there," the red-clothed old man said. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and brought the red-clothed old man, cutting through the sky like lightning. Not long after, he saw the huge mountain that the red-clothed old man had mentioned. The huge mountain was more than 1,000 feet tall, surrounded by mist, and auspicious beasts were flying. A waterfall poured down from the top of the mountain, converging into a lake at the foot of the mountain. The lake was about a few hundred feet long, and the water rippled. In the lake, groups of colorful fish swam happily. Around the lake, there was a patch of green. The lotus leaves were slender and elegant, and the lotus flowers were blooming one after another. Some of them were blooming, competing for beauty, while some were budding, like young girls in their boudoir. An inconspicuous courtyard sat quietly by the lakeside. The courtyard was large, but very old. A neat row of wooden fences surrounded the courtyard. Inside, there was a vegetable garden, a flower garden, a pavilion, a stream, and a 2-story wooden building. This place was full of simplicity and tranquility. And in this tranquility, a white-haired old man sat alone by the lake. In front of him was a stone table. On the stone table, a teapot and a teacup were neatly placed. The teacup was filled with tea, and the fragrance of the tea assailed the nose. And in the old man's hand, he was also holding a teacup. He slowly tasted the tea while admiring the beautiful scenery of the lake, incomparably comfortable. He is Emperor Hong. The red-clothed old man pointed at the white-haired old man and said to Qin Feiyang, his expression full of respect. Qin Feiyang raised his head to look at the white-clothed old man. The old man's back was facing Qin Feiyang, so Qin Feiyang could not see the old man's face. But from the old man's back, Qin Feiyang saw a transcendent aura, as if he was a god from beyond the heavens. Come here. Suddenly, the old man's voice sounded, without the slightest hint of strength. It was flat and indifferent, making people feel very comfortable. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and walked over in large strides. The lake rippled, and a few small red carps jumped out of the lake, as if welcoming Qin Feiyang, and then jumped back into the lake, splashing waves. Qin Feiyang walked to the old man's side. The old man smiled and said, "The tea is prepared for you, sit down." Qin Feiyang looked at the teacup on the stone table, threw the red-clothed old man on the ground, and then walked to the opposite side of the old man and sat on the stone bench. Immediately, the old man's face entered Qin Feiyang's line of sight. It was a very kind face. Although the old man's face was covered with the traces of time, his eyes were very bright, and there was no aggressive feeling. He was very peaceful, giving people a sense of approachability. Qin Feiyang picked up the teacup, put it to the tip of his nose and smelled it, but did not drink it. He put down the teacup again, and did not look at the old man again, turning his head to look at the clear lake. Emperor Hong also did not speak, quietly tasting the tea. The red-clothed old man got up, looked at Qin Feiyang with resentment, ran to the side of Emperor Hong, and shouted, "Lord, you have to uphold justice for me." "What?" Emperor Hong asked with a smile. "I kindly invited him over, but he didn't know what was good for him, and actually let his subordinates and fierce beasts humiliate me. Look, the injuries on my body were all caused by them. They even destroyed my sea of qi," the red-clothed old man said with grievance. Emperor Hong looked at the red-clothed old man, shook his head and smiled. "It's already lucky to be able to keep your life. What else do you want to do?" "Leave." The red-clothed old man still wanted to say something. Emperor Hong waved his hand. Seeing this, the red-clothed old man's expression was suddenly filled with helplessness. He turned around and disappeared into the wooden building in the courtyard with a belly full of resentment. Emperor Hong glanced at Qin Feiyang and continued to drink tea. Sigh. After an unknown period of time, Qin Feiyang sighed faintly, turned his head to look at Emperor Hong, and said, "Should I call you Emperor Hong? Or should I call you great-grandfather?" "Great-grandfather?" Inside the castle, hearing Qin Feiyang's words, whether it was the white-eyed wolf and the other beasts, Lu Hong, Wang Yangfeng, and the others, they were all dumbfounded. Outside, when Emperor Hong heard this, he put down his teacup, lowered his head in silence for a while, and said with a smile, "You can call me whatever you want, even if you call me old man, I won't mind." "Lu Zheng, what the hell is going on? How did Emperor Hong become little Qinzi's great-grandfather?" Inside the castle, the white-eyed wolf looked at Lu Zheng in surprise. Wang Yangfeng and the others also looked at Lu Zheng, their faces full of suspicion. Sigh. Lu Zheng sighed deeply, and said, "Emperor Hong was originally little cousin's great-grandfather, and Emperor Hong has two other identities." "What identity?" the white-eyed wolf asked. "The biological son of the late emperor, the second emperor of the Great Qin Empire," Lu Zheng said. "What?" Everyone's expression changed. The biological son of the late emperor? The second emperor of the Great Qin Empire? God! This old man's identity was too terrifying. No wonder even the state preceptor and elder Qin were so respectful to Emperor Hong. By the lake, Qin Feiyang looked at Emperor Hong quietly, and then shook his head with a smile, and said indifferently, "I am a person who has been expelled from the imperial palace. What qualifications do I have to call you great-grandfather? It's better to call you Emperor Hong, so as to avoid falling into the hands of others, saying that I, Qin Feiyang, am trying to climb up the ranks." "As long as you're happy." Emperor Hong smiled. There was no reluctance, as if in his eyes, Qin Feiyang was really not a descendant of his Qin clan. Qin Feiyang laughed at himself. Originally, he thought that when Emperor Hong heard his words, he would feel a little regret, but in the end, he was very disappointed. Actually, although Qin Feiyang hated the emperor, he did not hate everyone. Chapter 1363. Because Emperor Hong was his great-grandfather after all. Blood was thicker than water. If just now, Emperor Hong could show even the slightest bit of regret, Qin Feiyang would respectfully call him great-grandfather. What a pity. He didn't see it. Was it sad? He felt that he was indeed quite sad. As a descendant of the Qin clan, he was actually so unrecognized. After letting out a long breath, Qin Feiyang looked at Emperor Hong and said, "I don't want to talk nonsense, just say it, why are you looking for me?" Emperor Hong looked at Qin Feiyang in astonishment and said with a smile, "I've often heard people say that you are a swift and decisive person. It really isn't false at all. Since that's the case, then this old man will not beat around the bush." Qin Feiyang looked at him calmly. Emperor Hong asked, "Not long ago, what happened in the throne room? I believe you have already received the news, right?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Do you know the reason?" Emperor Hong asked. Qin Feiyang said, "I know everything." Emperor Hong was slightly taken aback, and asked suspiciously, "The emperor was impersonated by Zhuge Nanhua, you know that too? What are you trying to say?" Qin Feiyang began to get impatient. Emperor Hong laughed, "Young man, don't be so impatient. This old man wants to know, who told you?" "Old Qin." Qin Feiyang did not hide it. Because if Emperor Hong wanted to investigate, he would definitely not be able to hide it. So that's how it is. Emperor Hong nodded his head in realization, and said with a smile, "It's good that you know, lest this old man say another word and waste time." Qin Feiyang frowned, and asked in confusion, "What do you mean? And you plan to tell me these things personally?" "Yes." Emperor Hong nodded. "Why?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Emperor Hong said, "Because this old man wants you to know the truth, and only after knowing the truth can I cut off your thoughts." The more Qin Feiyang listened, the more he felt that something was wrong, and said, "What thoughts do I have?" "Emperor's throne." Emperor Hong drank a mouthful of tea, raised his head to look at Qin Feiyang, and said, "Whoosh." Qin Feiyang suddenly stood up, his eyes burning with anger. It turned out that this old man was worried that he would covet the throne. Emperor Hong smiled and said, "Don't tell this old man that you don't have any thoughts about the throne." "Ha ha." Qin Feiyang raised his head and laughed out loud. She had specially called him over because she suspected him. Great-grandfather? Family? Ha ha, what a joke. At this moment, his heart was as cold as steel. He, Qin Feiyang, would rather not have such a family. Qin Feiyang returned to the stone bench. The respect in his heart for Emperor Hong had already vanished without a trace. He sneered and said, "Are you so sure that I have thoughts about the throne?" Emperor Hong said, "If you don't have any thoughts, why did you kill the princes back then?" "Just because I killed the princes, it means that I have designs on the throne?" "Old man, is that all you can think of?" Qin Feiyang chuckled and said, not concealing the ridicule. Emperor Hong was not angry either. He smiled faintly and said, "This old man's head might not be as good as yours, but this old man's strength, I'm afraid that you will never be able to catch up in this lifetime." "Ha ha." Qin Feiyang laughed loudly again and said, "Are you very strong?" "At least stronger than you, isn't it?" Emperor Hong said with a smile. "That's true. After all, you have lived for at least 10,000 years, and I have only lived for a few decades. In terms of strength, I definitely can't compare to you." Qin Feiyang said with a smile. As long as one was not a fool, the meaning behind these words could be understood. It was clearly mocking Emperor Hong. Emperor Hong also did not know if he was really broad-minded, or was he enduring. There was not the slightest trace of anger on his face. It was as calm as ever. "It's useless to say more. This old man just wants to tell you, if the emperor is really harmed, the little prince will be the only successor to the throne. As for you, you can live in the imperial capital, but the prerequisite is that you don't do anything out of line. After all, you are no longer a member of my Qin clan." This old man can give you a better suggestion. Where did you come from? Where did you come from? You have a free and unfettered life, and we also have a relaxed and carefree life. Why not? Emperor Hong said with a smile. Makes sense. Qin Feiyang nodded. Emperor Hong's words were originally very angry words, but at this moment, Qin Feiyang did not feel the slightest bit of anger. His heart was as calm as the Dead Sea. Seeing Qin Feiyang nod, Emperor Hong's face was full of praise. He chuckled and said, "The child can be taught. Don't laugh so happily. What I said makes sense, but it doesn't mean that I have to listen to you. Just now, you said to let me go back to where I came from. Then now, I want to ask you, where did I, Qin Feiyang, come from? Iron Ox Town? Or Imperial Palace?" Qin Feiyang said. Emperor Hong fell silent. He originally wanted Qin Feiyang to return to Iron Ox Town. However, after being reminded by Qin Feiyang, he realized that Qin Feiyang was born in the Imperial Palace. A moment later, Emperor Hong raised his head to look at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "You can live in Bright Heaven Palace, but don't touch things that you can't touch. Don't worry, I'm not interested. And on the contrary, I will help the little prince ascend to the throne." Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Emperor Hong frowned for the first time. Because this answer surprised him too much. He asked suspiciously, "Why are you doing this?" "Because the little prince is my younger brother. He's still young and inexperienced. Of course I have to help him. Moreover, if I'm not by his side, I'm still a little worried. After all, the current Imperial Palace is too chaotic. What if someone wants to harm him?" Qin Feiyang chuckled. Emperor Hong was silent. He looked at Qin Feiyang, trying to distinguish the truth from Qin Feiyang's expression. But in the end, he couldn't see anything. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "Is there anything else?" Emperor Hong said, "Take care of the people and beasts around you. Don't let them continue to mess around in the imperial capital. A small matter." Qin Feiyang's face was full of smiles. After saying that, he got up and said, "Then I'll take my leave." Emperor Hong nodded. Qin Feiyang immediately turned around and strode away. But suddenly, he stopped again, turned his head to look at Emperor Hong, and said with a grin, "I forgot to tell you one more thing." "Speak." Emperor Hong laughed. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Today, I, Qin Feiyang, am indeed unable to catch up to your strength. But remember, one day, I, Qin Feiyang, will let you have a taste of what it's like to be unable to catch up. Qin Feiyang said. "This old man is waiting, and I'm looking forward to it." Emperor Hong said with a faint smile. "Don't worry. I won't let you wait too long." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, with a wild laughter, he cut through the sky like lightning and disappeared into the horizon. Emperor Hong looked in the direction where Qin Feiyang disappeared, his eyes flickering. At this time, the red-clothed old man walked out of the wooden building. His qi had been repaired, and his injuries were almost healed. He raised his head and looked in the direction where Qin Feiyang disappeared, then quickly walked to the side of Emperor Hong and bowed. "My lord, you are his great-grandfather. He actually dares to be so presumptuous. Great-grandfather." Emperor Hong muttered, shook his head and smiled, then retracted his gaze, picked up his teacup, and while sipping his tea, he looked at the lake and said, "If you want to say something, just say it. Don't beat around the bush." The red-clothed old man said, "I want to say that I can't let him continue to be so arrogant. If necessary, I have to let him suffer." "Let him suffer? Do you have the ability? If so, you wouldn't have fallen into such a sorry state before." Emperor Hong laughed. "I don't, but my lord does. With my lord's strength, if you want to teach him a lesson, isn't it just a matter of waving your hand?" The red-clothed old man said. Emperor Hong sighed and said, "There is a saying that blood is thicker than water. Although he is in the wrong, how can I bear to hurt him? Moreover, he has also obtained the inheritance of my father." The red-clothed old man said, "My lord, you are raising a tiger." "Raising a tiger?" Emperor Hong smiled disapprovingly, and said, "Do you really think that he will surpass me one day? I admit, his talent is very good. But becoming a deity isn't an easy thing either. How many unparalleled geniuses are there in the world? Which one wasn't astonishingly talented when they were young? But in the end, how many can become a deity? Just like you, when you were young, you were also considered a monster. But now, aren't you still trapped at the peak realm of 9-star combat emperor, unable to advance an inch? Becoming a deity, what is needed is not just talent, but also mental state. Qin Feiyang, your obsession is too deep. Fate is already set, there is no chance to become a deity. Emperor Hong said with a faint smile. To even be able to see this, my lord really has discerning eyes. The red-clothed old man's face was full of admiration. Bright Heaven Palace. Qin Feiyang returned to Bright Heaven Palace and directly entered the ancient castle, continuing to copy the third stroke of the line character formula. Looking at Qin Feiyang's back view, Fatso and the rest all had looks of wanting to say something but hesitated. If you don't want to say it, then go away. Big brother will say it. The white-eyed wolf pushed away Fatso and the others, walked behind Qin Feiyang, and said, Little Qin Zi, Big brother really feels that it's not worth it for you. Why? Qin Feiyang asked without turning his head. In these 2 years, in order to deal with Mu Tianyang and the state preceptor, you have been running around everywhere and fell into desperate situations several times. Now, this Emperor Hong, not only did he not say a word of gratitude, he even targeted you like this. This is simply too much. The white-eyed wolf was furious. Yes. He actually wants to drive you out of the imperial capital again. In Fat Lord's opinion, he doesn't treat you as family at all. Fatso snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang retracted his arm, turned to look at Fatso and the white-eyed wolf, and asked, Then in your opinion, how should I fight back? Fat Lord says that you have to do what he doesn't want you to do. Fatso said. Yes. Didn't he tell you not to think about the throne? Why don't we just think of a way to snatch the throne? The white-eyed wolf's eyes flashed fiercely. Emperor Hong has already made up his mind to let the little prince inherit the throne. How can it be as easy as you say to snatch it? Lu Zheng shook his head. The white-eyed wolf laughed and said, What if the little prince dies? Lu Zheng was shocked and hurriedly looked at the white-eyed wolf, saying, Don't mess around. The little prince now has Emperor Hong's support. If you dare to touch him, none of us will be able to escape. What are you afraid of? What kind of storm have we not seen before? The white-eyed wolf said disdainfully. You're digging your own grave. Lu Zheng coldly snorted, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Don't listen to the white-eyed wolf. If you really want to go against Emperor Hong, we can take our time and think about it. Don't use such radical methods. Qin Feiyang smiled and said nothing. With a faint smile, he said, Let's all cultivate. Finished. Qin Feiyang then turned around and continued to copy the Xing formula. Don't come up with bad ideas in the future. It will only harm little cousin. Lu Zheng glared at the white-eyed wolf and Fatso, and also walked to the side to continue cultivating. The white-eyed wolf and Fatso pursed their lips. Looking at the wronged Qin Feiyang, they were very unhappy. Chapter 1364. After Fatso and white-eyed wolf entered the state of cultivation, the others also closed their eyes and calmed down to cultivate. Qin Feiyang also didn't say a word, silently copying the Xing formula. Inside the castle, it gradually calmed down, showing a peaceful atmosphere. But outside, there was an undercurrent surging. The first was the imperial preceptor. Although the first step of the plan had been completed, he didn't dare to relax at all. Because in his heart, there was always a thorn. This thorn was undoubtedly the emperor. So next, he spared no expense and sent all the people he could trust to various places in the Great Qin Empire, including the 9 provinces, to find the whereabouts of the emperor. Of course, the people who went to find the emperor were all very low-key. Because once the news was leaked, the news of the emperor's death would immediately spread throughout the Great Qin Empire. This was not the result that Emperor Hong wanted to see. As for Elder Qin and the commander of the Kirin army, at first, they were looking for various reasons to prevent the imperial preceptor's people from entering the 9 provinces. Because they knew that the emperor was in the 9 provinces. Preventing the imperial preceptor's people from entering the 9 provinces was equivalent to protecting the emperor. But soon, they realized that everything they had done was useless. Because now, The imperial preceptor had the support of Emperor Hong and was like the sun in the sky. It was impossible to stop the imperial preceptor. So, they could only give up. At the same time, they could only silently pray for the emperor in their hearts. In addition, the descendants of the Zhuge family were also slowly becoming active. But their active way was to clamor for Qin Feiyang. Especially Zhuge Jinghong, who asked Xie Changjin to slander Qin Feiyang in the temple all day long. He said that Qin Feiyang was timid, cowardly and incompetent, and didn't dare to accept Zhuge Jinghong's challenge. The reason he did this was naturally to provoke Qin Feiyang. However, Qin Feiyang, who received the news, didn't take it seriously at all. However, Qin Feiyang's silence caused Zhuge Jinghong to become even more aggressive and say anything. In the end, he even asked Xie Changjin to insult Qin Feiyang's mother. Because everyone in the capital knew that the person Qin Feiyang cared about the most was his mother. Hence, Zhuge Jinghong felt that this would definitely infuriate Qin Feiyang. It was not only Zhuge Jinghong, all of the disciples of the War God Hall thought the same. That day, many disciples who usually did not show their faces came out of seclusion and gathered at the fighting arena, anticipating the arrival of Qin Feiyang. But, when night fell, Qin Feiyang still did not appear. Everyone returned in disappointment. Disappointed, he couldn't help but shake his head in mockery. His mother was humiliated in public, but he didn't even show up. What an idiot. However, on the second day, something happened that shook the entire temple. Someone discovered the corpses of Zhuge Jinghong and Xie Zhongjin in the fighting arena early in the morning. The two of them were chopped into 8 pieces and thrown into the center of the arena. Their deaths were extremely tragic. That bloody scene caused countless disciples to be terrified. That was because they didn't sense any battle fluctuations in the War God Temple that night. In other words, Zhuge Jinghong and Zhuge Jinghong were assassinated soundlessly. One must know. Zhuge Jinghong was an 8-star combat emperor. To kill him soundlessly, even a 9-star combat emperor might not be able to do it. Furthermore, the War God Temple had an elder and a hall master overseeing it. The elder and the hall master were both 9-star combat emperors. Who was the culprit behind this? To actually be able to kill Zhuge Jinghong and Xie Zhongjin under the noses of 2 9-star combat emperors? But very quickly, everyone thought of one person. And the person they thought of was still the same person. Qin Feiyang. Xie Zhongjin insulted Qin Feiyang's mother that day, and the two of them were assassinated at night. If this was not done by Qin Feiyang, who else could it be? This time, no one dared to mock Qin Feiyang anymore. Even the name Qin Feiyang had become a taboo in the War God realm. But because of Zhuge Jinghong's death, the Zhuge family's hatred towards Qin Feiyang became even more intense. No one cared about Xie Zhongjin. But Zhuge Jinghong was Zhuge Nanhua's adopted son. At such a young age, he broke through to an 8-star combat emperor and could be said to be a monster. His future was limitless. It was even possible for him to step into the false god realm. Losing such a talent, if it was any other martial marquis, it would be impossible for them to remain indifferent. On the day Zhuge Jinghong died, Zhuge Nanhua and Zhuge Wuhou barged into the Hao Tian Palace in a rage, demanding Qin Feiyang to give them an explanation. But from the beginning to the end, they did not even see Qin Feiyang's face. They were definitely not reconciled, so they went to find the imperial tutor and asked him to make the decision for them. After all, the imperial tutor was now in charge of the imperial court. Everything in the great Qin Empire was now under his control. However, not only did the imperial tutor not make the decision for them, he even reprimanded them. He even said that Zhuge Jinghong was courting death. Who was Qin Feiyang? Was he someone that Zhuge Jinghong could provoke? And he even dared to insult his mother. In today's world, who didn't know that Qin Feiyang's mother was his reverse scale, and anyone who touched it would die? Of course. Losing a monstrous descendant, the imperial tutor was also very angry. However, as a cunning old fox, he wisely chose to endure. Because right now, it was not suitable to fight with Qin Feiyang. Time was like sand between fingers. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. That morning, inside the throne room, After the imperial tutor finished dealing with the imperial court, he let the civil and military officials and the head eunuch leave, leaving only Zhuge Wuhou behind. Bang! The door closed. The imperial tutor set up a soundproof barrier and sat on the dragon throne once again, looking down at Zhuge Wuhou from above. Zhuge Wuhou's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, "Ancestor, be careful of the walls having ears." "No worries." The imperial tutor waved his hand and asked, "How is the progress?" Sigh. Zhuge Wuhou shook his head and sighed, "Our people have searched almost the entire Great Qin Empire, but we have never found the whereabouts of the emperor." The imperial tutor frowned and asked, "What about Elder Qin?" "It won't work either. That old thing is too vigilant. Our people can't get close to him at all." Zhuge Wuhou's brows were filled with anger. The more he acts like this, the more suspicious he is. The imperial tutor snorted coldly. Zhuge Wuhou said helplessly, "Even so, he is still a fake god. What can we do to him?" The imperial tutor lowered his head and muttered to himself. A moment later, a cold light flashed in his eyes as he said, "If this drags on, it won't be a good thing for us. We must confirm the life and death of the emperor as soon as possible." "What is the ancestor's opinion?" Zhuge Wuhou asked. The imperial tutor frowned and said, "This old man has thought of a plan, but it's a bit radical." "What plan?" Zhuge Wuhou asked. The imperial tutor said, "Come closer." Zhuge Wuhou walked in front of the imperial tutor. The imperial tutor muttered in a low voice. After listening, Zhuge Wuhou's eyes lit up. After a moment of silence, he nodded and said, "This plan is indeed a bit radical, but it is the only way right now. Qinghai Nephrite, this old man will personally go to the Sea of Samsara to look for it. I'll leave the rest to you. Remember, you must do it flawlessly. Don't let Emperor Hong see any clues." The imperial tutor instructed in a low voice. "Understood." Zhuge Wuhou nodded. The imperial tutor waved his hand, and the sound barrier dissipated. Zhuge Wuhou turned around and walked in. Just as Zhuge Wuhou walked out of the throne room, a black-clothed man with a sinister appearance walked towards him. This person was Yang Wei. When the two met, Yang Wei cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, Wuhou." Zhuge Wuhou nodded his head, looked at Yang Wei with contempt, and then left in large strides. Looking at Zhuge Wuhou's back, a cold light flashed in the depths of Yang Wei's eyes. He then entered the throne room and bowed, "Greetings, Lord Imperial Tutor." The Imperial Tutor asked, "Is there any movement from Qin Feiyang's side?" These days, the Imperial Tutor had always asked Yang Wei to monitor Qin Feiyang near the Bright Sky Palace. Nothing. These days, this subordinate hasn't seen a single person. Elder Qin and the commander of the Kirin army also haven't gone to look for him. Yang Wei replied respectfully, "This little bastard, what exactly is he doing? This old man doesn't believe that he has been cultivating all this time." The Imperial Tutor frowned. In his heart, Qin Feiyang was even more difficult to deal with than Emperor Hong. Emperor Hong, as the son of the previous emperor and the second emperor, was definitely not an idiot. But fortunately, Emperor Hong did not care about the affairs of the world. So, the Imperial Tutor didn't really care. As for Qin Feiyang, he understood. According to Qin Feiyang's personality, he would definitely not sit back and do nothing. But why was there no movement at all? This caused his heart to be in a mess, unable to settle down. Yang Wei asked, 10 days ago, this subordinate heard that Qin Feiyang went to the back of the mountain. What did he go to the back of the mountain for? The Imperial Tutor said, this old man has personally investigated. The good thing is that Emperor Hong wants to see him. What? Emperor Hong wants to see him personally? Yang Wei was shocked. The Imperial Tutor frowned. This old man has been wondering why Emperor Hong is looking for Qin Feiyang. Didn't you ask? Yang Wei said. Who do you think Emperor Hong is? He is the son of the previous emperor, and his strength is even stronger than this old man's. How would this old man dare to ask him about these things? The Imperial Tutor said powerlessly. Yang Wei's eyes flickered. Wait. Suddenly, the Imperial Tutor's eyes lit up, and said, this old man suddenly thought of someone, maybe he can tell this old man these things. Who is it? Yang Wei was surprised. Qin Jun. The imperial tutor said. Qin Jun? Yang Wei was stunned. Qin Jun was Emperor Hong's page boy when he was young. This person is loyal to Emperor Hong, and Emperor Hong also takes care of him, so he has always stayed by Emperor Hong's side. The last time this old man went to see Emperor Hong, he was also present. This old man even took the initiative to establish a contract bridge with him. The imperial tutor laughed. He's actually in existence from the same period as Emperor Hong? Yang Wei's face was filled with disbelief, and asked, then his cultivation, isn't it also very strong? His cultivation isn't that great. Peak of the 9-Star War Emperor realm. The reason why this old man took the initiative to establish a contract bridge with him is entirely because he is Emperor Hong's page boy. The imperial tutor's face was filled with disdain. Yang Wei laughed bitterly, and said, Peak of the 9-Star War Emperor realm is not that great. In this world, I'm afraid that only you, my lord, would dare to say such a thing. You don't have to be envious. As long as you serve this imperial tutor wholeheartedly, you will be able to reach his level sooner or later. The imperial tutor said. Yang Wei was overjoyed, and bowed, this subordinate will definitely do my best for my lord, until my death. Chapter 1365. Next. The imperial advisor did not let Yang Wei leave. He got up and left the dragon throne, taking out the image crystal. Buzz. Not long later, a stooped old man appeared. If Qin Feiyang was here, he would definitely recognize that this person was the red-clothed old man who had been beaten up by Lei Bao and the other two beasts. The imperial advisor laughed. Brother Qin Jun, I haven't seen you for a few days. How have you been? Greetings, Lord Qin Jun. Yang Wei followed suit and bowed. Qin Jun glanced at Yang Wei, then looked at the imperial advisor and said, this old man was wondering who it was, so it's you. Even in front of the imperial advisor, his expression was incomparably arrogant. You're just a page boy, what are you so arrogant about? The imperial advisor secretly snorted, but on the surface, he had a fawning look on his face as he smiled and said, Brother Qin Jun, there's something I want to ask you. What is it? Qin Jun looked at him arrogantly. The imperial advisor suppressed his anger and laughed. Brother Qin Jun is often by Emperor Hong's side. You should know the reason why Emperor Hong was looking for Qin Feiyang 10 days ago, right? Qin Feiyang. Hearing this name, Qin Jun's eyes immediately flashed with an intense cold light. Seeing this, the imperial advisor's heart trembled. Could it be that this person also had a grudge with Qin Feiyang? If that was the case, then for him, it would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The imperial advisor asked without batting an eyelid, Brother Qin Jun, from the looks of it, you don't seem to like Qin Feiyang. Not only do I not like him, I simply hate him. Qin Jun coldly snorted, and said, this old man does know the reason why Emperor Hong is looking for Qin Feiyang. This old man can also tell you, but you must agree to this old man's condition. The imperial advisor was secretly overjoyed, and said unhappily, Brother Qin Jun, aren't you treating me like an outsider? With our relationship, is there a need to talk about conditions? If there's anything you need this old man's help with, just say it. This old man will not shirk his responsibility. Ha ha. Qin Jun laughed out loud, giving a thumbs up. Imperial advisor is indeed a smart person. Alright, this old man will be straightforward. This old man wants Qin Feiyang to die. What? Yang Wei was secretly shocked. The state preceptor was also shocked. He didn't expect Qin Jun to hate Qin Feiyang so much that he wanted Qin Feiyang dead. The imperial advisor's eyes flickered as he asked, May I ask why Brother Qin Jun wants to kill Qin Feiyang? At that time, this old man was under the orders of Emperor Hong to bring him to the back of the mountain. However, this little bastard actually had the fierce beasts around him cripple this old man's chi and even bully this old man in every possible way. Who does he think he is? A crippled prince who is worse than a pig or a dog dares to do such a disrespectful thing to this old man? Therefore, I must make him pay the price. Qin Jun said harshly, his face detestable. This little bastard is really bold. The imperial tutor was secretly speechless. He looked at Qin Jun and revealed an indignant look. Brother Qin Jun is right. This little bastard doesn't know what's good for him. I also hate him. It seems like this old man has met a kindred spirit. Qin Jun chuckled. Ha ha, the state preceptor laughed out loud, patted his chest, and said, Brother Qin Jun, don't worry. When this old man finds the opportunity, I will personally send him to you and let you deal with him. Qin Jun laughed and said, at that time, this old man will definitely make him suffer a fate worse than death. The state preceptor's eyes flashed as he asked with a smile, then can Brother Qin Jun tell me now? Qin Jun said, Emperor Hong is not looking for Qin Feiyang to help him, nor to recognize him as his great-grandson. Then why? The state preceptor was puzzled. Qin Jun smiled and said, it's to warn Qin Feiyang not to covet the throne of emperor. The two of them are very unhappy. What? The state preceptor was stunned. He never thought that there would be such a result. Brother Qin Jun, are you serious? He also did not believe it. After all, Emperor Hong was Qin Feiyang's great-grandfather. How could he do this? It's absolutely true. Qin Jun nodded. Great. When the state preceptor heard this, he was immediately overjoyed. As long as Emperor Hong did not recognize Qin Feiyang, then no matter how heaven-defying Qin Feiyang's methods were, no matter how smart his brain was, he could not set off any big waves. Qin Jun frowned again and said, but there's one thing that this old man can't figure out. What can't figure out? The state preceptor became nervous again. As long as it was about Qin Feiyang, he did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Qin Feiyang told Emperor Hong that he would not snatch the throne of emperor, but would instead help the little prince ascend to the throne. Do you think he's stupid? Qin Jun despised. This, the state preceptor and Yang Wei looked at each other. Help the little prince ascend to the throne? What kind of situation was this? How could Qin Feiyang be so kind? Qin Jun said, this old man has already told you everything I know. Don't forget the promise you made to this old man before. Between the words, there was a hint of threat. Relax, this old man will definitely do what I say. The state preceptor said with an obsequious smile. Finished talking, he turned off the image crystal. A hint of killing intent immediately flashed in his old eyes as he said with a cold snort, Old fart, I'll let you be arrogant first. Sooner or later, this old man will destroy you. He could not hold any sand in his eyes. Today, Qin Jun flaunted his prowess in front of him. In the future, he would definitely make Qin Jun pay back double. Yang Wei said, Your Excellency, we'll talk about Qin Jun's matters slowly in the future. The urgent matter is to quickly investigate what exactly Qin Feiyang wants to do. Yeah. This little beast actually wants to help the little prince ascend to the throne. He really caught this old man off guard. But this boy's actions are secretive and hard to guess. Wanting to find out his goal is basically impossible. The state preceptor's face was full of helplessness. Sometimes, even he could not figure out how a young man who had lived for less than 100 years could be so shrewd. Then what do? We can't just sit back and do nothing, right? How about this subordinate continue to monitor Bright Heaven Palace? Yang Wei asked. Forget it. He hides in the ancient castle all day. No matter how long you monitor him, you won't get anything. Furthermore, even if he leaves the ancient castle, you won't be able to find anything with his intelligence. There's no need to waste your energy. In short, although I don't know why he wants to help the little prince, it's still good news for this old man. Now, follow me to the Sea of Reincarnation. The state preceptor said. Sea of Reincarnation? Yang Wei was stunned and asked in surprise, what are we going there for? To look for Qinghai Nephrite. With that said, the state preceptor opened the teleportation gate and walked in. Qinghai Nephrite. Yang Wei frowned and followed the teleportation gate with a belly full of doubts. It was also that evening. Within the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang's image crystal suddenly rang. He retracted his arm and took out the image crystal. Yang Wei's image appeared. Looking at the endless ocean behind Yang Wei, Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked suspiciously, You're in the Sea of Reincarnation? Yes. Yang Wei nodded. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, What are you doing there? Yang Wei said, The state preceptor is nearby now. Let's have a long talk. Seeing Yang Wei's solemn expression, Qin Feiyang could not help but become serious and said in a deep voice, "Speak." There has been no news of the emperor these days and the state preceptor is very worried. Therefore, in the morning, he came up with a plan with Zhuge Wuhou in the throne room. Find someone to pretend to be the emperor's corpse and find a piece of Qinghai nephrite to imitate the imperial jade seal. Yang Wei was about to continue when Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said, "You don't have to say any more. I know what they are going to do." Yang Wei was slightly stunned and said in admiration, "Young master is indeed the young master. All right, I'll go find the state preceptor first. You deal with it on your side. Oh right, you have to be careful of one person, Qin Jun. Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Yang Wei immediately told Qin Feiyang about Qin Jun's identity and his conversation with the state preceptor. So it's that old man. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood and said with a faint smile, "It's just a 9-star combat emperor. There's nothing to worry about. The main goal now is to deal with the state preceptor. You have to tell me the rest of the news." "All right." Yang Wei replied and turned off the image crystal. Lu Zheng opened his eyes and asked in confusion, "Little cousin, what is the state preceptor doing?" "He can't wait any longer. He asked someone to pretend to be the emperor's corpse and imitate the imperial jade seal. He wants to deceive the world and deceive Emperor Hong. Because once he sees the emperor's corpse and the imperial jade seal, Emperor Hong will definitely choose a time to let the little prince inherit the throne." Qin Feiyang said. Lu Zheng frowned and said, "Isn't this method too radical?" "That's right. But the state preceptor is more worried that there will be changes if we delay." Qin Feiyang said. "The emperor's corpse can be impersonated, but the imperial jade seal was personally forged by the late emperor. As the son of the late emperor, Emperor Hong is more familiar with it than anyone else. I'm afraid that no matter how realistic his forgery is, it will be seen through by Emperor Hong. He's digging his own grave by doing this." Lu Zheng sneered. Qin Feiyang said, "But don't forget, the state preceptor has been by the emperor's side for so long. He is also very familiar with the imperial jade seal." Lu Zheng fell silent. "Of course. The state preceptor's biggest purpose is to deliberately provoke Elder Qin." Qin Feiyang said again. "Provoke Elder Qin for what?" Lu Zheng was puzzled. Last time in the throne room, Elder Qin exposed Zhuge Nanhua's identity without saying a word. With the state preceptor's brain, he must have thought that Elder Qin knows the whereabouts of the emperor. How do you think Elder Qin will react when he learns of this? He will definitely be furious. But Elder Qin can't say it. What can he do? In a hurry, Elder Qin will most likely go to the 9 provinces to find the emperor. In this way, the state preceptor can follow Elder Qin to find the emperor. Now that the state preceptor has begun to take action, he will definitely not allow the emperor to return to the capital alive." Qin Feiyang said lightly, "He wants to kill the emperor?" Lu Zheng frowned. From the moment he took the first step, he had no choice and no way out. He must be killed. Because if the emperor comes back before the little prince succeeds the throne, Elder Qin will definitely tell the emperor everything that has happened during this period. When the emperor knows, will he still trust the state preceptor? At that time, it will be the end of the state preceptor. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. If the little prince failed to succeed the throne, the emperor would still be the emperor. Although the emperor's strength was not as strong as the state preceptor, as the ruler of a country, he still had a way to deal with the state preceptor. However, there was one sentence that Qin Feiyang did not say in public. The state preceptor would come to him soon. Because not only the state preceptor and Emperor Hong were familiar with the imperial jade seal, but he also knew it like the back of his hand. Chapter 1366. Sigh. Hearing all this, Lu Hong opened her eyes and said with a sigh, "The scheming inside this imperial palace really makes people afraid. Isn't that so? If you're not careful, you'll be smashed to pieces. I really miss my life in the Yang County. Although there were intrigues at that time, it wasn't as scary as it is now." Fatso shook his head and sighed. Qin Feiyang laughed. "That's why when you guys followed me into the imperial capital, I asked you guys to think about it carefully. Do you want to come or not? Wait. Don't think that we're really afraid. We're just sighing." Fatso immediately said. Lu Hong also nodded her head repeatedly, like a chicken pecking at rice. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, then turned around and continued to copy the Xing character. Seeing this, Fatso asked suspiciously, "Boss, after hearing the news about Yang Wei, don't you have any plans?" "Of course. However, it's not time yet." Qin Feiyang laughed without turning his head. Before he took action, he had to do his best to improve his cultivation. These days passed. 2/3 of the third stroke had already been completed. After careful calculation, Qin Feiyang had already spent a total of 20 days on this third stroke. 20 days. Only 2/3 of it was completed. In other words, it would take another 10 days to completely copy it. A full 30 days. Compared to the second stroke, it was almost twice as long. In fact, 30 days was nothing to cultivators. It passed in the blink of an eye. But one had to know. This was calculated according to the time outside. In the time of the ancient castle, 30 days was 300 days. This was almost a year's time. In other words, if there was no ancient castle, Qin Feiyang would need close to a year to copy the third stroke. And the third stroke would take such a long time, let alone the fourth, fifth, and sixth strokes. It could be said that the change in the ancient castle's time rules was a great fortune for him. Otherwise, he didn't know when he would be able to break through to the 9-star War Emperor and step into the false god realm. 5 years. 10 years. 20 years. It was hard to imagine. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. Boom. That afternoon, after continuous hard work, Qin Feiyang finally finished copying the remaining 1/3 of the book. His cultivation had also soared to the level of a 4-star combat emperor. This time, he had broken through 2 minor realms in a row. It could be said that his gains were not small. His eyes flickered as he looked at the 4th stroke of the Xing character. Finally, he closed the book. Whoosh. The next moment, Qin Feiyang appeared in Bright Heaven Palace. During these 10 days, Yang Wei sent back another piece of news. The Qinghai nephrite had been found. To be on the safe side, the imperial tutor found 2 basin-sized soft jades before returning from the Sea of Reincarnation. The real imperial jade seal was made from Qinghai nephrite. Standing in the main hall, Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, then opened the door and sat on the throne, as if waiting for something. Time slowly passed. Night fell. The full moon hung in the sky and the stars twinkled. The vast star domain gave people a mysterious feeling. Qin Feiyang walked out of Bright Heaven Palace and stood outside the door. Looking at the starry sky, he muttered, "What's beyond the starry sky? What's above War God? Where is the end of the path of cultivation?" For a moment, his mood soared. His consciousness left his body and flew into the starry sky, as if merging with the thousands of stars. He felt the majestic aura of the starry sky. At the same time, he also felt a cold sense of loneliness. Gradually, he involuntarily soared into the sky. Finally, he stood in the sky above the imperial capital like an immortal. His long hair danced in the wind, his clothes fluttered, and the aura of his entire body became ethereal. Moreover, his expression also became like an ancient well without ripples. He seemed to have entered a mysterious realm, and his body and mind had an indescribable carefree feeling. At this moment, the brilliance of the moon seemed to be brighter than before. The light of the stars also seemed to be brighter than before. Qin Feiyang calmly looked at the night sky and slowly closed his eyes. His aura became more and more ethereal. Looking from afar, he was like a god that was about to ride the wind. At this moment, his heart was unprecedentedly quiet. It seemed that he had forgotten everything. What is Qin Feiyang doing up there? Qin Feiyang's abnormality was gradually discovered by people. More and more people raised their heads and looked at Qin Feiyang, their faces full of suspicion. No one knew how long had passed. Qin Feiyang slowly raised his hands and slowly waved them in the void. Soon, an invisible force emerged, but the strange thing was that this invisible force did not have the slightest aura. However, the space around Qin Feiyang started to vibrate slowly because of this invisible force. In the end, it twisted crazily. The void seemed to be about to shatter. The people of the imperial palace below were full of surprise and doubt. Although the invisible force that pervaded around Qin Feiyang did not have the slightest aura, it gave them a fatal sense of crisis. However, Qin Feiyang seemed to be unaware of it. His eyes were still closed, and his hands were constantly waving. But the speed did not change at all. It was very slow. It seemed to be playing in slow motion. There were more and more onlookers below. Some people, in order to see more clearly, even leaped into the air. Whoosh! 2 figures of light broke through the air. It was Yang Wei and the state preceptor. What's the situation? After discovering Qin Feiyang's abnormality, they were slightly stunned and immediately grabbed a eunuch to ask. Greetings, state preceptor. The eunuch hurriedly bowed and then said, I don't know. From just now until now, he has been standing in the air and waving his hands. We don't understand. Hearing this, the 2 of them raised their heads again and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. On the other side, Elder Qin and the commander of the Kirin army also broke through the air. Without exception, their faces were full of doubts. Time passed breath by breath. Everyone still did not understand. But Yang Wei found a clue. He found that Qin Feiyang was actually repeating the battle art. It was the first move of the ultimate tactics, landslide. But why was there no aura of the battle art? He could not figure it out. But what he could not figure out even more was why Qin Feiyang was doing this. Gradually, Yang Wei also found that Qin Feiyang stopped evolving the first move and began to evolve the second move of the ultimate tactics, earth-splitting. It was the same as before, constantly evolving, and there was still no aura of the battle art. There was only that surging invisible force, crazily surging in the void around Qin Feiyang. The void was also distorting more and more. Even in the sky above the imperial palace, there was already the sound of wind. Soon, Yang Wei was surprised to find that Qin Feiyang had begun to evolve the third move of the ultimate tactics, sky-splitting. The commander of the Kirin army frowned and said, What exactly is he doing? Elder Qin muttered, It's a familiar scene, but what exactly is it? This old man can't remember. About a few hundred breaths passed. Qin Feiyang had evolved the fourth move of the ultimate tactics, ultimate tactic. Everyone thought that this was deliberately done by Qin Feiyang. But that was not the case. At this moment, Qin Feiyang had no idea what he was doing. It was as if he had lost consciousness and his body was moving naturally. Another few hundred breaths passed. Qin Feiyang was no longer evolving a single move. He continuously evolved the 4 moves of the ultimate tactics. He repeated it again and again. Woo-woo. At this moment, the sound of the wind above the imperial palace changed. It was getting louder and louder. But the strange thing was that everyone was above the imperial palace and did not feel the wind. Is it haunted? Everyone was bewildered. Woo-woo. The sound of the wind was getting more and more ear-piercing, as if ghosts were roaring in the void. Everyone could not help but feel apprehensive. A battle art without aura, the sound of the wind without wind, what a familiar scene, where have I seen it before? Elder Qin whispered. The imperial preceptor was also muttering to himself. How is this possible? Suddenly, the imperial preceptor seemed to have thought of something as his body shook violently. His old face was full of disbelief. Elder Qin and the commander of the Kirin army looked at the imperial preceptor. Yang Wei, as well as the people below and around, looked at the imperial preceptor one after another. The imperial preceptor was silent as he stared at Qin Feiyang. The murderous intent in his eyes was undisguised. Could it be, looking at the imperial preceptor's expression, Elder Qin seemed to have thought of something. His gaze trembled slightly as he suddenly raised his head to look at Qin Feiyang. His old eyes were full of bewilderment. Why, such a difficult thing, how could you do it? No. There can only be one monster in the great Qin Empire, and that is Zhuge Mingyang. You must die. The imperial preceptor muttered and suddenly soared into the sky, carrying a surging divine aura as he charged toward Qin Feiyang. Yang Wei's expression changed. What was going on? Why would the imperial preceptor suddenly have the intention to kill Qin Feiyang? What should I do? His mind was in a mess. Should he save Qin Feiyang? But if he did so, his identity would be exposed. One had to know. In order to gain the trust of the Imperial Preceptor, whether it was him or Qin Feiyang, they had both paid too much. But if he didn't save him, with Qin Feiyang's current state, he would definitely die. No. Even if my identity is exposed, I can't let the young lord fall into danger. Yang Wei gritted his teeth and was about to shout. Swoosh. But at this moment, a ray of divine light soared into the sky and flew toward the Imperial Preceptor. Yang Wei hurriedly looked over. It turned out to be Elder Qin. Don't even think about succeeding. Elder Qin's eyes were gloomy. That terrifying divine might was like a tide, covering the sky and covering the earth as it rushed toward the Imperial Preceptor. However, there was a trace of excitement on his face as he muttered, I didn't expect this brat to be able to enter the ethereal realm. Seeing Elder Qin make a move, Yang Wei also heaved a sigh of relief. The Imperial Preceptor waved his hand and his divine might roared out, colliding with Elder Qin's divine might as he shouted, Old thing, don't meddle in other people's business. You still dare to make a move here? Aren't you afraid of destroying the Imperial Palace and angering Emperor Hong? Elder Qin secretly sneered. Emperor Hong. The Imperial Preceptor's gaze trembled as he looked at the Imperial Palace below. Although he and Elder Qin did not use the power of the false gods, if the two divine might really collided, then not to mention the Imperial Palace, even the Imperial City would be turned into ashes. Seeing that the two divine might were about to collide, the Imperial Preceptor hurriedly waved his hand, and the divine might immediately disappeared. Seeing this, Elder Qin also dispersed his divine might and stood in front of the Imperial Preceptor, sneering, You never thought that Qin Feiyang would actually be able to enter the ethereal realm. Ethereal realm? What is this? Everyone was surprised. Yang Wei also had a face full of suspicion. Chapter 1367. Wrong. In your eyes, Qin Feiyang is a big problem. But in this old man's eyes, he is the hope of my great Qin, the future pillar. This old man will not allow anyone to hurt him. Old Qin secretly shouted. Hope, pillar. The Imperial Preceptor muttered to himself, a sharp light flashing in his eyes, and secretly said, I didn't expect you to have already sided with Qin Feiyang. Humph. Old Qin snorted coldly, and said, This old man has never sided with anyone, only standing on the side of justice. Ha ha, the Imperial Preceptor laughed loudly, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Suddenly, his face changed, looked behind Old Qin, and bowed, Greetings Emperor Hong. Emperor Hong. Old Qin's expression changed, and he hurriedly turned his head to look. Just as he turned his head, a hint of ridicule flashed in the Imperial Preceptor's eyes, and he rushed out from Old Qin's side like lightning, heading straight for Qin Feiyang. Old Qin turned his head to look at the void and found that there was no one, and immediately realized that he had been tricked. Old man, you are a fake god at any rate, and you actually used such a despicable method. Old Qin was furious and hurriedly chased. But the battle between fake gods was a race against time. In an instant, many things could happen. The Imperial Preceptor had already arrived in front of Qin Feiyang, killing intent surging in his eyes. Don't, Old Qin roared, his hair standing on end. Go to hell. The Imperial Preceptor laughed sinisterly, raised his old hand, and like an eagle's claw, shattered the void, and grabbed towards Qin Feiyang's head. No, Yang Wei also roared in his heart. However, at this moment, clang, accompanied by an earth-shaking loud sound, a black light rushed out from between Qin Feiyang's eyebrows. It was the ancient castle. It floated above Qin Feiyang's head, and wisps of divine might rolled out. Puff. The Imperial Preceptor was immediately sent flying, blood spurting out of his mouth, and his face was pale. So strong. Waves surged in his heart. At the same time, looking at this scene, Old Qin was also shocked to the extreme. The onlookers below were even more dumbfounded. Was that Qin Feiyang's castle? It was actually so terrifying. Just a wisp of divine might was enough to severely injure the Imperial advisor. That's great. With the protection of the ancient castle, not to mention the Imperial advisor, even if Emperor Hong were to appear, he might not be able to harm young Lord. Yang Wei mumbled. His heart that had been hanging in the air finally calmed down. Then he looked at Qin Fei Yang. Such a great commotion had occurred, yet he seemed as if he didn't know anything. He still had his eyes closed as he ceaselessly repeated the 4 moves of the Void End technique. However, if one were to observe carefully, they would discover that the speed at which he was evolving was increasing bit by bit. Woo-woo, the sound of the wind became more and more deafening. It felt as if a level 12 typhoon was blowing in the sky above the imperial palace. The invisible force that permeated Qin Fei Yang's surroundings also became more and more turbulent. After stabilizing his body, the state preceptor coldly stared at Qin Fei Yang and the castle from afar. This old man is unwilling. Suddenly, he wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth and once again charged towards Qin Fei Yang with monstrous anger. How can an ant shake a tree? Old man Qin sneered and turned to retreat to the side. The commander of the Kirin army flew to Old Man Qin's side and asked, "Old Man Qin, what is the ethereal realm? Let's talk about it later." Old Man Qin waved his hand and looked at the imperial advisor without blinking. Puff! Before the imperial advisor could even get close, he was once again sent flying by the divine might emitted by the ancient castle. And this time, the injuries he suffered were even more serious than before. His body directly cracked, as if it was about to be torn apart. The divine blood was like rain, sprinkling down from the sky. With such a divine object in hand, who in the world can kill him? Old Man Qin whispered. Why is it like this? This old man refuses to accept this. The imperial advisor roared again and again, as if he had gone mad, and was about to charge towards Qin Fei Yang again. Seeing this, Yang Wei secretly sneered, quickly flew into the sky, pulled the imperial advisor, and sent a sound transmission. "Lord, don't be rash. Let go." The imperial advisor shouted angrily. He was about to lose his mind and couldn't listen to anything. "Lord." Yang Wei secretly shouted and said, "Qin Fei Yang has the protection of the ancient castle, you can't kill him. If you continue to attack, the one who will be injured and embarrassed in the end will only be you. Moreover, have you forgotten? We still need his help with something. This imperial advisor is a false god, how can I not kill him? Get out of my way, if you dare to block my way again, don't blame me for being merciless." The imperial advisor pushed Yang Wei away. Pa. But the next moment, under the inconceivable gazes of countless people, Yang Wei raised his hand and slapped the imperial advisor's old face. The imperial advisor was stunned. Old Man Qin and the commander of the Kirin army were also stunned. He actually dared to hit the imperial advisor. Was this person not afraid of death? Yang Wei, on the other hand, was secretly chuckling. That slap was really satisfying. You dare to hit this imperial advisor? The imperial advisor was angry, his killing intent surging. Yang Wei didn't panic at all, looked straight at the imperial advisor, and said, "If this lowly one can wake you up, then even if you kill this lowly one now, this lowly one doesn't care. They were righteous and loyal. In other words, I'm doing it for your own good. If it was someone else, I wouldn't hit them." If Qin Fei Yang heard these words, he would definitely give Yang Wei a thumbs up. Hitting the imperial advisor and also showing his loyalty, it was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The imperial advisor glared at Yang Wei, suddenly waved his hand and slapped Yang Wei's face. Yang Wei didn't move, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. "When we go back, I will slowly deal with you." The imperial advisor snorted from his nose and looked up at Qin Fei Yang, the coldness in his eyes difficult to dissipate. Actually, in his heart, he was very grateful to Yang Wei. If Yang Wei hadn't slapped him awake, he would still be doing something stupid. However, being slapped by his own subordinate in front of everyone, as the state preceptor, he couldn't bear it. Therefore, that was why he slapped Yang Wei and said that he would slowly deal with Yang Wei when he went back. That way, he wouldn't lose too much face. At this moment, the speed at which Qin Fei Yang executed the 4 stances of the Ruins of End was so fast that no one could catch it. What exactly is he doing? Everyone was puzzled. Swash! All of a sudden, a purple-robed young man descended into the void not far away. How is that possible? The moment that person appeared and saw Qin Fei Yang's abnormality, His face was filled with disbelief. Senior brother Zhuge, what is he doing? In the crowd, a few young men flew to the purple-robed young man and asked. These people were all dressed in the robes of the disciples of the combat god Hall and had an imposing aura. However, the purple-robed young man turned a deaf ear to them and stared at Qin Feiyang with a deadly gaze. This purple-robed young man was Zhuge Mingyang, senior brother Zhuge. Seeing that Zhuge didn't say anything, the few of them looked at him suspiciously. There was a flash of anger in Zhuge Mingyang's eyes as he shouted at the few of them, "Get lost." The few of them froze and retreated to the side resentfully. How is that possible? There are countless monsters in the world, but since ancient times, there are only a handful of people who can enter the ethereal realm. How is it possible for Qin Feiyang, that bastard, to do it? Is this a dream? Zhuge Mingyang looked at Qin Feiyang again and muttered to himself. There was a hint of hostility between his brows. Time passed by quietly. At this moment, to the Imperial Advisor and Zhuge Mingyang, every breath felt extremely long. Swoosh! Zhuge Mingyang clenched his fists and rushed to the front of the Imperial Advisor. He said telepathically, "Old ancestor, you must kill him. I've already tried. With the castle protecting him, I can't get close." The Imperial Advisor thought to himself. Why, I, Zhuge Mingyang, am such a monstrous person, but I don't even have a single legendary item. What ability does this little bastard have to possess 2 divine items? Damned heavens, why are you so biased? Zhuge Mingyang looked at the castle and roared in his heart. He was about to go crazy with hatred. At this moment, the hostility in his body reached an unprecedented level. Jealousy and hatred took over his entire body. Boom! Suddenly, a faint divine power spread out from Qin Feiyang's hands. Did it work? Old Qin murmured, and his old face was filled with excitement. The divine power didn't come from Qin Feiyang himself but from the 4 moves of the Ruins of End incantation that he had evolved. It's divine power. Don't tell me he has become a god. Everyone was bewildered. However, Qin Feiyang seemed to be oblivious to all of this as his hands moved at lightning speed. At this moment, even those of the same cultivation realm as Qin Feiyang could not capture the trajectory of his hands. Rumble. The divine power went from weak to strong and became increasingly terrifying. The 4 moves of the Ruins of End incantation had already been evolved to the extreme by Qin Feiyang. Heaven and earth began to tremble. In the starry sky, the hazy moonlight and resplendent starlight turned into ribbons that flooded the sky and converged towards Qin Feiyang. At this moment, the sky above the palace was as bright as day. Qin Feiyang stood in the moonlight and starlight. His skin was translucent and his long hair fluttered, emitting a mighty aura like a god that had descended to the world. Boom! About a few hundred breaths passed. The divine power of the 4 moves of the Ruins of End incantation had already soared to a terrifying extent and shrouded the entire place. An invisible force swept through the sky, causing countless people to tremble. One could even feel that terrifying aura thousands of miles away. All of a sudden, Qin Feiyang subconsciously raised his arm and pointed in the air. The first move of the Ruins of End incantation, landslide. The invisible force that roared around him suddenly turned into a torrent that blasted towards the Imperial Tutor and the other 2. The divine power was overwhelming, provoking me. The Imperial Tutor was enraged. With a wave of his hand, the power of the false god rolled out and destroyed the invisible force as it pounced towards Qin Feiyang. The divine light of the ancient castle fell and formed a barrier. The power of the false god blasted on the barrier but did not cause any waves and instantly disappeared. The collapse of the first move did not cause any injuries to Qin Feiyang either. Obviously, the ancient castle helped him to resolve the backlash of the collapse of the battle art. Immediately after, Qin Feiyang subconsciously pointed in the air again. The second move of the Ruins of End incantation, it also contained an extremely terrifying divine power. Don't go too far. Seeing Qin Feiyang provoking him again and again, the Imperial Tutor was furious and the power of the false god roared in the sky. But the final result was the same as before. He doesn't even know what he's doing now. It's just a subconscious action. Why are you so angry? Old man Qin sneered. Before he finished speaking, the third move of the Ruins of End incantation appeared, splitting the sky. The divine power was even more terrifying than the first and second moves. And the target was still the Imperial Tutor. Chapter 1368. However, what the Imperial Tutor did not expect was that the aura of the third move had already locked onto him. Bang! An invisible force blasted on his body. A destructive aura instantly spread out. The Imperial Tutor was fine. After all, he was a pseudo-god and Qin Feiyang was only a 4-star combat emperor. The difference was huge. However, Yang Wei and Zhuge Mingyang were not so lucky. Their cultivation was not as good as Qin Feiyang. Furthermore, they were not mentally prepared and their bodies were covered in blood. Fortunately, the Imperial Tutor reacted in time and erased the destructive aura. Otherwise, the two of them might lose their lives. After the event, Yang Wei smiled bitterly and did not say anything. However, Zhuge Mingyang was extremely furious. That sinister look in his eyes could not wait to cut Qin Feiyang into pieces. Bang! However, Qin Feiyang did not know this. He pointed his index finger in the air and the fourth move of the ultimate appeared. It continued to roar towards the Imperial Tutor. The divine power that it emitted was almost twice as strong as the third move. The Imperial Tutor's face was gloomy. He waved his hand and the divine power surged and easily disintegrated the fourth move. Although he could easily disintegrate Qin Feiyang's ultimate art, Qin Feiyang's unconscious provocation made him very angry. Look at Qin Feiyang again. After performing the fourth move, he lowered his hands and the invisible force that filled the air gradually dissipated. Moreover, the sound of the wind, starlight and moonlight also gradually dissipated. It's finally over. Elder Qin heaved a sigh of relief. However, Qin Feiyang did not open his eyes for a long time. His expression was extremely serene as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. When everything returned to normal, Qin Feiyang finally opened his eyes. Two bright rays of light burst out from his eyes. However, what followed was confusion. "What's wrong with me?" Qin Feiyang muttered. He looked at Elder Qin, the Imperial Tutor and the rest and then at the crowd below. He asked suspiciously, "Why are there so many people?" Swoosh. Old man Qin rushed over to Qin Feiyang and asked, "You don't remember anything?" Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, "I only remember that when I walked out of the hall and looked at the moonlight, I had a feeling. But gradually, I seem to have entered a wonderful state. This is the ethereal realm." Old Qin said. "Ethereal realm?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, "What's this?" Old man Qin glanced at the crowd below and said, "Let's go down first." "All right." Qin Feiyang carried a bellyful of doubts as he plunged down towards Bright Sky Palace. Old Qin and the commander of the Kirin army followed closely behind. When the three of them entered Bright Heaven Palace, Yang Wei retracted his gaze and asked softly, "My lord, what exactly is the ethereal realm?" The imperial advisor ignored him. He looked at Zhuge Mingyang and transmitted his voice to him, "Don't be discouraged. No matter what, you've entered the ethereal realm earlier than him." "I did enter the ethereal realm earlier than him. But old ancestor, have you ever thought about how much older I am than him?" Zhuge Mingyang mocked himself. When Qin Feiyang was just born, he had already entered the temple and was famous in the imperial capital. It could be said that he could be considered to have watched Qin Feiyang grow up. This was the essential difference. Bright Heaven Palace. Old man Qin explained the situation of the ethereal realm to Qin Feiyang and the commander of the Kirin army in detail. It turned out that the ethereal realm was a kind of selfless state. Entering the ethereal realm, whether it was potential or comprehension, it would be greatly improved. But this improvement was only temporary. Once awakened from the ethereal realm, it would disappear. However, although it was short, it was enough to make a person undergo earth-shattering changes. This kind of change was the transformation of the battle arts. And it wasn't an ordinary transformation, but a transformation into a divine art. Just like before, the void-returning art was originally just a perfect battle art, but in the end, Qin Feiyang raised the void-returning art to a divine art in the ethereal realm. In short, The ethereal realm was actually a kind of epiphany. Comprehension of all things in the world. There was no shortcut to this kind of comprehension. Some people would never be able to enter the ethereal realm in their entire lives. And some people could only enter once in their entire lives. In short, the ethereal realm could only be encountered by chance and not sought. It completely depended on chance and luck. After listening to Old Man Qin's explanation, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and evolved the first move of the void-returning art, landslide. Feeling that astonishing divine might, the excitement in his eyes could not be concealed. Unexpectedly, he could actually step into such a magical realm. Old Man Qin asked, "Do you know how the late emperor created the divine dragon art back then?" Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned, and asked suspiciously, "Also enter the ethereal realm?" "Yes." Old Man Qin nodded and said, "However, don't be too proud, because someone entered the ethereal realm before you." Qin Feiyang was surprised, and asked, "Who is it?" "You know him." Old Man Qin said. "I know him." Qin Feiyang frowned, a figure suddenly appeared in his mind, and said, "It's Zhuge Mingyang?" "That's right. It's just that when he entered the ethereal realm, he wasn't in the imperial city, so very few people know about it." Old Man Qin said. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light, and said, "You mean, in order to transform a battle art into a divine art, only by entering the ethereal realm can it be done?" "Yes." Old Man Qin nodded and smiled. "However, you don't have to compete with Zhuge Mingyang. After all, you are much younger than him. Overall, you are still better than him." The commander of the Kirin army nodded in agreement. Because Zhuge Mingyang did not step into the ethereal realm when he was Qin Feiyang's age. "Why should I compete with him?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, waved his hand, and the first move of the ruins returning art, landslide, instantly collapsed. Swish. At this moment, two figures descended outside the main hall. Qin Feiyang looked up, and his eyes flashed. It was Yang Wei and the Imperial Preceptor. At the same time, Old Man Qin and the commander of the Kirin army also looked at the Imperial Preceptor, their eyes flashing coldly. Now, Old Man Qin and the commander of the Kirin army had completely fallen out with the Imperial Preceptor. Of course, the Imperial Preceptor did not have a good impression of Old Man Qin and the commander. In short, both sides were unhappy with each other. "Congratulations, congratulations." Yang Wei followed behind the Imperial Preceptor, and as he entered the main hall, he secretly smiled. Obviously, he had already heard about the ethereal realm from the Imperial Preceptor. Qin Feiyang secretly smiled, and asked in confusion, "What's with the injuries on your body?" Yang Wei was stunned, and said with a wry smile, "Isn't it your masterpiece?" "Me?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. The Imperial Preceptor is right. Those who enter the ethereal realm don't know what to do. Yang Wei helplessly smiled, and briefly explained the situation at that time. After all, at this time, it was not suitable to talk for too long. Of course. Although it was just a few words, Yang Wei also explained the whole thing very clearly. This, Qin Feiyang was stunned, and secretly smiled. "Sorry. It's nothing. But you have to thank Old Man Qin for this." Yang Wei secretly said. "I know." Qin Feiyang said. During the conversation, the Imperial Preceptor came to Qin Feiyang and the other two, and stopped to look at Old Man Qin. Old Man Qin also looked at him. Both of their gazes were overbearing, and their gazes collided in the void, creating wisps of invisible sparks. The atmosphere became dignified all of a sudden. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he turned to look at Old Man Qin, and said, "I am very grateful for your help, but now, I have some private matters to discuss with the Imperial Preceptor. Please leave first." "Private matters?" Old Man Qin raised his eyebrows. He was worried that Qin Feiyang and the Imperial Preceptor had some kind of deal. "Don't worry. I will never wallow in the mire with the Imperial Preceptor," Qin Feiyang secretly said. Old Man Qin looked at him deeply, opened a portal, and said to the commander of the Kirin army, "Let's go." Immediately, the two turned and walked toward the portal. "Commander." The Imperial Preceptor suddenly turned his eyes and fell on the commander of the Kirin army. The commander of the Kirin army stiffened, and asked without turning his head, "What's the matter?" "The Imperial Preceptor needs to remind you that you are the commander of the Kirin army, and your duty is to guard the safety of the Imperial Palace, not to follow an idle person all day and do nothing," the Imperial Preceptor said. The commander of the Kirin army felt a chill in his heart. This old man really didn't give up the idea of killing him. Now, he followed Old Man Qin, and the Imperial Preceptor couldn't find a chance, so the Imperial Preceptor wanted to use this method to make him return to the Imperial Palace. Once he returned to the Imperial Palace, it would be like a sheep in a tiger's mouth, and there would be no escape. What a vicious heart! He muttered in his heart, and his face was full of disgust. "I know what I am doing, don't worry about the Imperial Preceptor. It's good that you know what you are doing, or the Imperial Preceptor will have to consider whether to change the commander of the Kirin army," the Imperial Preceptor said expressionlessly. The commander of the Kirin army clenched his hands. This was forcing him to return to the Imperial Palace. Old Man Qin turned to look at the Imperial Preceptor and said, "The commander of the Kirin army was personally appointed by His Majesty. Without His Majesty's sacred order, are you qualified to replace him?" The Imperial Preceptor said lightly, "He was personally appointed by His Majesty, but now I am in charge of the state affairs." Old Man Qin said, "Not in charge, but in charge." Although there is only one word difference, the meaning is completely different. The Imperial Preceptor's eyes flashed a touch of sharp light, and he nodded. "Yes, I admit that I am not qualified to be in charge of the state affairs, but what if the little prince inherits the throne?" His face was full of ridicule. The implication was that after the little prince inherits the throne, he only needed to say a word, and the little prince would order to remove him from the position of the commander of the Kirin army. What? The little prince hasn't inherited the throne yet, and you are already planning to control him behind the scenes in the future? Old Man Qin sneered. "Old man, be careful of trouble from the mouth." The Imperial Preceptor's face darkened. The little prince was still young and didn't have the ability to deal with the state affairs. Then what would happen after he inherits the throne? Naturally, he, the Imperial Preceptor, would be in charge. When the time came, whatever he said, the little prince would naturally have to do. But these were only his inner thoughts. He certainly didn't dare to show them. Who would have thought that Old Man Qin would directly expose his ambition in front of him at this moment, which made him angry out of shame. Chapter 1369. Disaster comes from the mouth. Old Qin snorted disdainfully, then looked at the commander of the Kirin army, and said indifferently, "Don't talk nonsense with those shameless people, let's go." En. The commander of the Kirin army nodded. Then, the two of them entered the portal without looking back. Looking at the backs of the two, the Imperial tutor's killing intent rose. When the portal dissipated, Qin Feiyang laughed mockingly, then walked to the front of the throne, sat down on it, and said indifferently, "Lord Imperial Tutor usually doesn't come to the Three Treasures Palace for no reason. If you have something to say, just say it, don't beat around the bush." The Imperial Tutor raised his head to look at Qin Feiyang, and said, "I heard that you went to see Emperor Hong?" Qin Feiyang said, "Based on State Preceptor's ability, you should have known long ago, right? Why bother asking? Don't you feel bored?" A hint of anger flashed through the Imperial Tutor's eyes. Without any more nonsense, he took out a jade box from his bosom and said to Yang Wei, "Send it to him." Yang Wei nodded, held the jade box with both hands, and walked in front of Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang grabbed the jade box and opened the lid. Inside was an imperial jade seal. He curiously grabbed it in his hand, carefully examining it from top to bottom. Not to mention, from the outside, this imperial jade seal and the real imperial jade seal were almost the same. After looking at it, Qin Feiyang put the imperial jade seal into the jade box, and then looked down at the Imperial Tutor condescendingly, and said, "You really have guts, even daring to forge the Imperial Jade Seal." The Imperial Tutor laughed and said, "You can tell the real from the fake at a glance, as expected of His Majesty's most beloved prince." "Are you deliberately provoking me?" Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold. "These words are serious. Who in the world doesn't know what kind of person you, Qin Feiyang, are? Even if this Imperial Tutor has the guts, he wouldn't dare to provoke you." The Imperial Tutor laughed sarcastically. That's true. Qin Feiyang was not ashamed. Instead, he was proud. The Imperial Preceptor's face twitched. What a shameless bastard. He said, cut the crap. Help me turn this Imperial Jade Seal into a real one. Qin Feiyang smiled. When he heard that the State Preceptor wanted to make a replica of the Imperial Jade Seal, he had already expected this result. After coming out of the ancient castle, he was waiting for the Imperial Tutor to find him. However, if he agreed to the State Preceptor's request so easily, it would show that he had no personality. What can I do when even you, the State Preceptor, can't do? Qin Feiyang said with a smile. That's boring. This old man doesn't believe that you don't know that you are the only one in this world who can create the true Imperial Jade Seal. The Imperial Advisor said. Hee. Qin Feiyang smiled but said nothing. The State Preceptor walked to a chair at the side and sat down. He didn't urge Qin Feiyang and waited quietly. Based on the relationship between you and me, to be honest, I really can't find any reason to help you. What's more, when I entered the ethereal realm, you still wanted to kill me, Qin Feiyang said in a playful tone. In this world, there are only eternal benefits and no eternal enemies. As far as this old man knows, you told Emperor Hong that you would help the little prince ascend to the throne. This old man is also helping the little prince by doing this. So now, we can actually be considered partners. As for attacking you before, you can't blame this old man, because if it were any other opponent, they would have done the same. The State Preceptor said indifferently. Qin Feiyang said, to be able to be regarded as an opponent by your State Preceptor, I am truly honored. However, I still don't want to help. Why? Could it be that what you said to Emperor Hong was all fake? The State Preceptor frowned. How would I dare to deceive Emperor Hong? But there are many ways to help the little prince. Why should I help you forge the Imperial Jade Seal? Qin Feiyang asked back. It's very simple. With the Imperial Jade Seal, the little prince's ascension to the throne is only justified. The State Preceptor said. Lord State Preceptor, we are all sensible people, why do you have to put on an act? You are so scheming to help the little prince, isn't it for your own ambition? And I, as the little prince's brother, do you think I will help you harm him? Qin Feiyang sneered. Why does it sound so funny coming from your mouth? If you really care about these brotherly feelings, would you have cruelly killed the first prince and the others? The State Preceptor retorted. Qin Feiyang grinned and said, after killing the first prince, isn't your Zhuge family the one who feels the most heartache? What do you mean? The State Preceptor suddenly stood up. Nothing, I'm just saying, don't be so nervous. Qin Feiyang's face was full of ridicule. The State Preceptor's eyes flickered. Why would this boy say such words? The one who felt heartache for the first prince was their Zhuge family. Could it be that this boy had already noticed something? Qin Feiyang changed the topic and said with a smile, actually, it's not difficult for me to help you. The State Preceptor looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, use a divine art in exchange. You, the State Preceptor was furious. Don't be in a hurry to get angry. This world has always been like this. Only when there is effort, there will be gain. Although now, you will lose a divine art, but you can use this to achieve your ambition. If you really want to calculate, Lord State Preceptor, you will only gain and not lose. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. The State Preceptor fell silent. If he could use a divine art in exchange for the great Qin's empire, of course it was worth it. However, he was afraid that Qin Feiyang would play tricks with him, and end up in a situation where he would suffer a double loss. Go back and think about it carefully. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and directly ordered him to leave. The State Preceptor gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, there's no need to think about it. This old man will agree to you now. However, I don't have a divine art, but I have a divine artifact. Moreover, you have to promise to help this old man and help the little prince ascend to the throne. As expected of the State Preceptor, you are decisive and direct. So what if it's a divine artifact? Give it to me. Qin Feiyang's face was full of admiration and he reached out with a smile. The State Preceptor took a deep breath and with a thought, a divine light swept out from his sea of qi and flew in front of Qin Feiyang. It was a book. However, it was different from ordinary books. This book was made of an unknown divine metal and it was suffused with a jet-black light. A shocking murderous aura could be felt from afar. On the cover of the book, there were 3 bold words written on it. 10,000 Beasts Diagram. These 3 words seemed to be condensed from divine power. Every stroke carried an imposing aura that oppressed the soul. 10,000 Beasts Diagram. Qin Feiyang frowned. Although this iron book did have the aura of a divine artifact, he still couldn't help but wonder if it was really a divine artifact. What's wrong? You suspect that it's fake? Seeing Qin Feiyang not speaking for a long time, the state preceptor frowned and said. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, yes, you can only blame yourself for being too cunning. I have to guard against it. Or is it this old man's fault? The state preceptor suddenly couldn't help but be angry and said, now this old man will erase the blood contract and let you drip blood to recognize it as your master to verify its authenticity. After saying that, with a thought, the blood contract immediately dissipated. Qin Feiyang didn't hesitate and immediately dripped blood to recognize it as his master. After recognizing it as his master, a huge amount of information immediately poured into Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang looked carefully. In the end, a trace of surprise climbed up on his face. This 10,000 Beasts diagram was really a divine artifact. There were a total of 99 pages. Each page was made of divine iron and as thin as a cicada's wing. And according to the information, these 99 pages, each page could summon a beast spirit to help the master fight. In other words, this 10,000 beasts diagram could summon 99 beast spirits to fight for him. The beast spirits on each page were different. Moreover, these 99 beast spirits were all divine beast spirits. For example, Divine Dragon, Fire Phoenix, Chileen, Torch Dragon, Hell Godhound and so on. The most important thing was that these beast spirits were immortal and indestructible. If they were scattered by someone, they could be summoned again the next day. Unless the 10,000 beasts diagram was destroyed. However, soon, the joy in Qin Feiyang's heart was replaced by vigilance. He knew the state preceptor too well. With the state preceptor's character, it was impossible for him to simply give him a divine artifact. The state preceptor said impatiently, this old man has already given you the divine artifact, shouldn't you fulfill your promise now? I can't run away, why are you in such a hurry? Qin Feiyang smiled and was about to open the cover and open the first page. However, he was surprised to find that he couldn't open the cover. He frowned slightly and tried again, but he still couldn't open it. Immediately, Qin Feiyang looked up at the state preceptor and asked, what's going on? The state preceptor said, the 10,000 beasts diagram can only be opened when you break through to the real war god. There's such a thing. Qin Feiyang was shocked. What else do you think? If I could flip it open, I would have flipped it open when I fought with Ren Duxing back then. The state preceptor snorted coldly. I was wondering why you haven't used the 10,000 beasts diagram before. It turns out that you can't open it. Qin Feiyang suddenly said. You've gotten a big bargain. According to this old man's estimation, this 10,000 beasts diagram is at least on the same level as Chang Shui and the castle. The state preceptor said. On the same level as Chang Shui? Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled non-committally. Although he didn't know what level Chang Shui and the castle were, but he was sure that this so-called 10,000 beasts diagram was definitely not comparable to Chang Shui and the castle. However, it needed to wait until the war god to open it. It seemed that this 10,000 beasts diagram was not a low-level artifact. Okay. Then I'll accept it. Qin Feiyang chuckled and with a thought, the 10,000 beasts diagram entered the Qi Sea and floated next to Chang Shui. Then, he grabbed the imperial jade seal again and looked at it left and right. There was a glimmer of light in the depths of his eyes. Wait a minute. Qin Feiyang looked up at the state preceptor and said, then took the jade box and the imperial jade seal and entered the castle. Lu Zheng got up and walked to Qin Feiyang's side. Looking at the imperial jade seal in his hand, his pupils shrank slightly and said, sure enough, it can be passed off as genuine. What's fake will never be real. Qin Feiyang raised the corner of his mouth, took out Chang Shui and carefully scratched the bottom of the imperial jade seal. Immediately, a gap appeared. Chapter 1370. What are you doing now? Lu Zheng looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. I'm making a mark. Qin Feiyang smiled and put the heirloom seal into the jade box. Then he cut his wrist and the purple gold dragon blood flowed into the jade box. After a while, the entire heirloom seal was soaked in the purple gold dragon blood. Lu Zheng looked at this scene in surprise and asked, "Little cousin, have you thought of a question?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked in confusion, "What question?" Lu Zheng said, "When the emperor expelled you from the imperial palace, was his purpose to force you into a desperate situation and stimulate your potential so that your bloodline could revert to its ancestral state?" Lu Zheng, are you a spy sent by the emperor? What spy? He's an idiot. Fatso and the white-eyed wolf said disdainfully. I'm just saying my guess. Besides, it's not impossible. Do you have to mock me like this? Lu Zheng glared at them with dissatisfaction. Absolutely impossible. Fatso shook his finger and said in a firm tone. Why? Lu Zheng was suspicious. Think about it. If it's really like what you said, that the emperor expelled Boss from the imperial capital to stimulate little Qinzi's potential and force his bloodline to revert to its ancestral state, then why does the emperor continue to fight with him now that little Qinzi has done it? Fatso said. Lu Zheng was stunned and nodded. That's true. Fatso mocked. That's why we said that you're an idiot. Lu Zheng rolled his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang. But I have a feeling that there's something hidden here. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he asked calmly, then what do you think is hidden here? Lu Zheng's face darkened and he said angrily, boy, you're not being honest. Are you trying to trick me? Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. So this guy wasn't stupid after all. Lu Zheng rolled his eyes and waved his hand. All right. Let's not talk about this anymore. What's your next step? What other plans could there be? Naturally, I'm going to continue my battle with the imperial advisor. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly as he left the castle and appeared in the main hall. State Preceptor immediately looked at the jade box in Qin Feiyang's hand. Take it. Qin Feiyang sat on the chair and said lightly. The State Master nodded at Yang Wei. Yang Wei quickly walked to the front of Qin Feiyang and returned to the side of the State Preceptor with both hands holding the jade box. The Imperial Preceptor looked at the purple gold dragon blood in the jade box and immediately beamed with joy. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you. I also wish us a happy cooperation. I'm sure it will be very enjoyable." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The State Preceptor took a deep look at Qin Feiyang, then opened a portal and left with Yang Wei. Qin Feiyang also entered the castle again. He took out the 10,000 Beasts illustration and handed it to Lu Zheng. Take it back and let Second Grandpa take a look. Is there any problem with this divine artifact? You're too cautious. Lu Zheng was speechless. He took the 10,000 Beasts illustration and looked at it curiously. I have no choice. I have to be cautious when facing the State Preceptor. Qin Feiyang sighed. Lu Zheng looked up at him and nodded helplessly. All right, I'll go back right away. Who told me to have a troublesome cousin like you? I don't even think you're troublesome. Qin Feiyang glared at him fiercely, then waved his hand and sent Lu Zheng back to the castle. Fatso rolled his eyes, got up and ran to Qin Feiyang's side, and whispered a few words stealthily. Qin Feiyang listened and frowned. They clearly don't want to see me. It's not appropriate for me to run over like this, is it? Fatso said, at worst, we won't show up and just observe in secret. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and nodded. All right, I've long wanted to know where the Lu family is hiding anyway. After that, he raised his hand and waved, and the scene in front of him appeared. He saw that Lu Zheng had already entered the portal. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he drove the castle in. At the same time, in a courtyard, the State Preceptor stood in the hall, looking at the jade box on the tea table. The excitement on his face could not be concealed. Yang Wei looked at the jade box suspiciously, then looked at the State Preceptor and said, Your Excellency, I still don't understand why you need Qin Feiyang's blood to imitate the Imperial Jade Seal. The state preceptor said, "You're wrong. It's not that you need Qin Feiyang's blood, but that you need purple gold dragon blood." "You need purple gold dragon blood?" Yang Wei was startled, and asked puzzledly, "Why is that?" The state preceptor explained, "Back then, when the previous emperor created the imperial jade seal, he fused some purple gold dragon blood into it. Therefore, the real imperial jade seal carries the aura of the purple gold dragon blood." Yang Wei suddenly said, "So that's how it is. That's why you went to Qin Feiyang and asked for the purple gold dragon blood. There's nothing I can do about it. In the world today, only he has the purple gold dragon blood. If I don't ask him for help, I won't be able to deceive Emperor Hong." The state preceptor's face was full of helplessness. Yang Wei frowned and said, "Then you don't have to look for him personally. We can think of other ways, such as finding an opportunity to plot against him. Wouldn't we be able to get the purple gold dragon blood? It's not that this old man hasn't thought of other ways. But you also know that some time ago, Zhuge Jinghong was clamoring every day, and even insulted his mother, but he still couldn't force him to make a move. Moreover, he has the ancient castle. If he encounters danger, he can hide in it at any time. So, this old man is too lazy to waste this time." The state preceptor said. "That makes sense." Yang Wei nodded and said, "However, this lowly one still thinks that using a divine artifact to exchange for the purple gold dragon blood is too great a price. It doesn't matter. This old man doesn't care about a mere divine artifact at all, because as long as this old man wants it, I can get it at any time. Moreover, a divine artifact that can't be revived, even if it is given to him, he can't use it." The state preceptor said disdainfully. "En." Yang Wei was surprised. Such a big tone. Did he think that divine artifacts were cabbages? "Sir, your words scared this lowly one quite a bit. How can a divine artifact be obtained so easily?" Yang Wei didn't dare to ask directly, so he beat around the bush. The state preceptor looked at him indifferently, didn't answer, and began to fuse with the purple gold dragon blood. Yang Wei didn't dare to say anything anymore. Because the more you speak, the more mistakes you make. Once there were too many questions, it would definitely arouse the state preceptor's suspicion. However, this matter had to be quickly informed of Qin Feiyang. If it was really like what the state preceptor said, then there was probably a mysterious force behind the state preceptor. Otherwise, how could he dare to say such big words? At this time, it was late at night. The dark night shrouded the mountains and rivers, making everything seem mysterious and unpredictable. A village was located in a certain mountain range. The people in the village had already fallen asleep, and it was particularly quiet. In front of one of the courtyards, an old man dressed in linen was lying on an old wooden armchair, fanning the cattail leaf fan in his hand while admiring the moonlight. He looked quite comfortable. "Second Grandpa, I really envy your life, carefree all day." Suddenly, a voice filled with jealousy sounded. Then, a dark-skinned young man appeared in front of the old man. It was Lu Zheng. "I'm old and useless. I can only stay in the village, drink tea, and admire the moon. What's there to envy? If I really want to talk about envy, it's an old man like me. I envy young people like you. You have the energy, the drive, and the courage to do anything." Second Grandpa glanced at Lu Zheng and chuckled. "Will you die if you don't pretend?" Lu Zheng pursed his lips. Of course, he only dared to say this in his heart. Second Grandpa asked, "Why are you back?" Lu Zheng was immediately dissatisfied and said, "That's strange. This is my home. I can come back whenever I want. Why do you care?" Second Grandpa said helplessly, "I didn't say that I care. But since you're back, there must be something." Lu Zheng said angrily, "I'm puzzled. Can't I come back if there's nothing?" The veins on Second Grandpa's forehead bulged, and he said with a dark face, "The generation gap between us is too big. We can't chat." "Hee hee. You finally said something right," Lu Zheng said with a smirk. "Are you looking for a beating?" Second Grandpa pretended to be angry. Lu Zheng hurriedly took a few steps back, waved his hand, and said with a smile, "Let's stop joking. See if there's any problem with this." After that, Lu Zheng took out the picture of 10,000 beasts. Second grandpa looked at the picture of 10,000 beasts, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He said, "It's actually a divine artifact. Where did you find it? How can I have this ability? My little cousin extorted it from the state preceptor." Lu Zheng shook his head and said, "This boy is quite capable. He can actually snatch the divine artifact from the state preceptor." Second grandpa's face was full of praise. Lu Zheng said, "Second grandpa, why do I feel that in your eyes, his grandson is more important than me, your biological grandson? What nonsense are you talking about? You are all my grandchildren. Of course, I will treat you equally. But I have to admit that he is indeed more promising than you," Second grandpa said with a smile. Lu Zheng almost raised his middle finger. Second grandpa took the picture of 10,000 beasts and looked at it carefully for a moment. A trace of suspicion gradually crept into his old eyes. "Is there a problem?" Seeing this, Lu Zheng asked in surprise. "Wait." Second grandpa waved his hand and released his divine sense into the picture of 10,000 beasts. The suspicion in his eyes grew stronger. A moment later, he withdrew his divine sense and shook his head. "There is no problem with the picture of 10,000 beasts, but I found a bigger problem. Why do your words sound so contradictory?" Lu Zheng frowned. At this moment, Qin Feiyang was in the void above the two of them, looking at the village curiously. But when he heard Second Grandpa's words, he immediately changed the picture and locked onto Second Grandpa. Second Grandpa was silent for a while. He looked up at Lu Zheng and asked, "Are you sure this divine artifact belongs to the state preceptor?" "Of course. The state preceptor personally gave it to my little cousin," Lu Zheng said. "Strange." Second grandpa looked at the picture of 10,000 beasts again, his old face full of doubts. "What's the matter? Can you explain it clearly?" Lu Zheng said angrily. Second grandpa said, "I know all the divine artifacts in the Great Qin Empire, but I have never seen this picture of 10,000 beasts." "What?" Lu Zheng's expression froze. Second grandpa continued, "Not only have I never seen it, but I have never even heard of it. And I know the state preceptor like the back of my hand. I am sure that he did not have this divine artifact before." "You mean that the state preceptor only got this divine artifact recently?" Chapter 1371. "Yes." Second grandpa nodded. "It can't be. Why don't I know where to get the divine artifact in the Great Qin Empire?" Lu Zheng frowned in disbelief. "There is no place in the Great Qin Empire to get the divine artifact. This is also what I can't figure out. Where did he get this 10,000 beasts diagram?" Second grandpa's expression became serious for the first time. "Boss, it seems that there is really a problem in the castle." Fatso got up and walked to Qin Feiyang's side. He looked at Second Grandpa and Lu Zheng and said. Qin Feiyang also frowned. "Outside." Second Grandpa pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. His old eyes flashed and he sneered. "I think I know." "Know what?" Lu Zheng asked quickly. Second Grandpa glanced at Lu Zheng. The light in his eyes dissipated and he returned to normal. He smiled and said, "Nothing. Go back and tell Feiyang that there is no problem with this divine artifact. Don't worry and keep it by your side. Second Grandpa, blood is thicker than water. Do you have to hide it from me?" Lu Zheng suddenly became angry. Why does a little brat know so much? Second Grandpa glared at him and threw the 10,000 beasts diagram to Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng grabbed the 10,000 beasts diagram and stared at Second Grandpa, his face full of anger. "Why are you standing there? Go back and report to Feiyang," Second Grandpa said. "Report to him?" Lu Zheng was even angrier when he heard this. He roared, "Who do you think I am? Qin Feiyang's little brother?" Second Grandpa suddenly stood up and sneered. "How dare you pretend to be a little master in front of me? You are really itching for a beating." "Oh no." Lu Zheng's face changed. He quickly turned around and ran away. Looking at Lu Zheng disappearing into the night, Second Grandpa couldn't help shaking his head and scolding with a smile. What a brat. After that, he looked up at the full moon. A cold light flashed in his eyes and disappeared in an instant. Fatso said, Second Grandpa seems to know something. He should know everything, but he won't say anything. I can't do anything to him. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly. Gradually, there was a trace of surprise in his eyes. As the castle's vision became more and more, Qin Feiyang didn't say anything. He sped up the castle and soon reached the top of the clouds. On all sides of the island, there was a vast ocean that stretched as far as the eye could see. This was because there was only one sea of reincarnation in the imperial capital. I really didn't expect the Lu family to be hiding in this place. Qin Feiyang observed for a while and was about to leave. But suddenly, he noticed that not far from the village, in the center of the island, there seemed to be 2 stone statues. Go and cultivate. After saying this to Fatso, Qin Feiyang activated the concealment spell, left the castle, and swooped toward the center of the island. As he got closer and closer, he finally saw it clearly. They were indeed 2 stone statues. The 2 stone statues were more than 100 feet high, like 2 mountains, standing side by side in a square, exuding a threatening aura. Qin Feiyang was too familiar with one of the stone statues. It was a middle-aged man. He stood on a purple gold dragon and held a broken sword in his hand. He was like an overlord of heaven and earth, looking down on the sky. Who else could this stone statue be but his ancestor? The other stone statue was also a middle-aged man. He was thinner than the Qin Emperor, but it didn't affect Qin Feiyang's impression of him at all. He was tall and straight, standing on a fire phoenix, holding a long spear in his hand, looking askance at the sky. He was like a king who ruled the world, domineering. Qin Feiyang landed on the square and looked at the middle-aged man's face. This person. He had never seen him before. But he should be the Lu family's ancestor to be worshipped here and be on an equal footing with the Lu family's ancestor. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang noticed from the corner of his eyes that there was an ancient stone tablet on the other side of the square. He flew over with a trace of doubt. But before he got close, he suddenly stopped and fixed his eyes on the bottom of the stone tablet. There, an old man in black was sitting cross-legged. The old man closed his eyes and looked serene. He was wearing the same plain clothes as the second grandpa. Qin Feiyang couldn't sense any aura from the old man, but looking at the old man, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel a sense of panic. He felt that there seemed to be a terrible beast lurking in the old man's body. There was no doubt. This old man must be a false god. Qin Feiyang looked away and glanced at the square. His eyes were full of doubt. What was this place? Why was there a false god guarding it? Buzz. Suddenly, there was a buzzing sound. Qin Feiyang looked at the old man again. The old man took out an image crystal and a shadow appeared. It was the second grandpa. The second grandpa looked at the old man in black and said, "Third grandpa, come to the underground. I have something important to discuss with you. I'll be right there." The old man in black nodded, got up and looked around. Then he disappeared in an instant. Underground? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Was there anything under the island? He glanced at the ground and flew to the stone tablet. Looking up, 4 bold words came into his sight, exuding a magnificent aura. Land of inheritance. Qin Feiyang was stunned. This was the land of inheritance of the Lu family. Buzz. At this moment, his image crystal also began to vibrate. Qin Feiyang hurriedly entered the castle, turned off the concealment spell, and took out the image crystal. Lu Zheng's shadow appeared. "Where are you? I've been calling you for a long time. Why didn't you respond?" Lu Zheng was standing in the bright sky palace at this moment, looking at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. "I have something to deal with. I'll go back later," Qin Feiyang said. Lu Zheng said, "Then hurry up. I'm alone in the imperial palace. I'm a little scared." "Got it." Qin Feiyang nodded, put away the image crystal, and appeared in the square again. Land of inheritance. He looked at the 2 statues and fell into deep thought. Since it was the land of inheritance, there must be an inheritance. And the Lu family was also his family. As a family member, could he get an inheritance here? At this point, he raised his arm, cut his index finger, and 2 drops of purple gold dragon blood flowed out. Then, with a wave of his hand, The 2 drops of purple gold dragon blood broke through the air and fell between the eyebrows of the 2 stone statues. The 2 drops of purple gold dragon blood gradually seeped into the stone statue's eyebrows and finally disappeared. Buzz! All of a sudden, a dazzling divine light emerged from the stone statues of the Lu family's ancestors, like the divine flames of the phoenix, shining in all directions. At first glance, the stone statues of the Lu family's ancestors, as well as the stone statues of the fire phoenix under their feet, seemed to be coming to life. Can I really get the inheritance? Qin Feiyang was shocked. He was completely tentative, but he didn't expect that the Lu family's ancestors really gave him the inheritance. The next question was, should he stay and accept the inheritance, or should he leave immediately? If he stayed and accepted the inheritance, he would definitely be caught red-handed by his second grandpa and the rest. But if he left, it meant that he would lose the inheritance. He really couldn't bear to do so. After all, the Lu family's ancestors were from the same era as the late emperor, and they were good friends. The inheritance that they left behind was definitely not simple. I don't believe that they will kill me after they catch me. In the end, Qin Feiyang gritted his teeth and strode to the statue of the Lu family's ancestors. He sat cross-legged below and closed his eyes. Whoosh! Immediately, a ray of divine flame shot out from between the eyebrows of the statue and rushed into Qin Feiyang's eyebrows. A huge amount of information immediately surged into his sea of consciousness. Fire Phoenix technique. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. He immediately calmed down and concentrated on comprehending the inheritance. Almost at the next moment, Second Grandpa and the old man in black almost at the same time arrived in the sky above the land of inheritance. What's going on? Looking at the statue shining with divine light, the 2 of them were stunned. Someone's here. After the old man in black came to his senses, he immediately noticed Qin Feiyang sitting cross-legged under the statue. Second Grandpa also looked down at once. Both of their eyes flashed with cold light. But when they saw Qin Feiyang's face clearly, they were instantly stunned. How could it be Qin Feiyang? The old man in black asked, Second brother, did you ask him to come? No. I don't know at all. Second Grandpa shook his head. Then how did he find this place? The old man in black asked. Second Grandpa was also dumbfounded. What's wrong? Swish. At this time, the 10 fake gods who had revived the sky mirror also arrived in the sky above the land of inheritance one after another. Second Grandpa said helplessly, see for yourself. The 10 of them glanced at the statue and then looked at Qin Feiyang. Without exception, they were all petrified on the spot. The scene fell into a dead silence. After a while, Second Grandpa seemed to think of something and said, in my opinion, he should have followed Lu Zhang here. Hearing that, everyone was stunned. This little guy is really impossible to guard against. The old man in black shook his head and smiled bitterly. He looked at Second Grandpa and the others and said, what should we do now? Since we're already here, what else can we do? Besides, he's receiving the inheritance. We can't forcibly interrupt him. Second Grandpa shook his head and said. Everyone had a helpless expression on their faces. Second Grandpa looked at Qin Feiyang with a trace of doting in his eyes and said, let's go and continue to discuss that matter. Everyone nodded. The old man in black said, Lu Zhang is too careless. Second brother, you must find a chance to teach him a lesson. Yes, he needs to be taught a lesson. Second Grandpa mumbled. The next moment, more than a dozen people disappeared in the sky above the land of inheritance. Time passed day by day. 8 days later, Qin Feiyang finally opened his eyes, which were full of joy. This Fire Phoenix incantation was actually exactly the same as the Fire Phoenix incantation that Lu Zhang grasped. Chapter 1372. He had never thought that he would be able to obtain such a divine art. But while he was happy, he was also a little puzzled. According to the inherited memory, only the direct descendants of the Lu family could obtain the Fire Phoenix art. If it was before, he would not have any doubts about obtaining the Fire Phoenix art. Because, before the bloodline reversion, he also had half of the Lu family's bloodline power. After all, his mother was the biological daughter of the Lu family's great-grandpa. But now, he had already abolished the original bloodline power. In other words, he no longer had anything to do with the Lu family's bloodline power. But how did he get the Fire Phoenix art? He couldn't figure it out. Suddenly, he looked at the statue of the ancestor. Was it related to the ancestor again? After thinking about it, it seemed that this was the only possibility. Or perhaps, the ancestor of the Lu family had long predicted that one day he would come to the land of inheritance, so he included him. But this possibility was almost zero. Because when the ancestor of the Lu family left the inheritance, he didn't exist. No matter what, now I have another trump card in my hands. Qin Feiyang muttered. Fire Phoenix art, Divine Dragon art, Eclipse Moon, End Ruins art, 6 words Divine art, no need to pretend. Now, even he was afraid of the deity arts he had mastered. Phew. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, got up and bowed to the statue of the Lu family's ancestor to show his gratitude. Then, he bowed respectfully to the statue of the ancestor. Although he had never seen the ancestor, he was able to get to where he was today because of all the good fortune that the ancestor had given him. He didn't dare to forget this great kindness. Nor could he forget it. Very good. Suddenly, a hoarse voice sounded. Qin Feiyang was startled and looked towards the voice, only to see the old man in black sitting cross-legged on the stone tablet, looking at him. That night, after the old man in black finished discussing with the second grandpa and the others, he returned to the land of inheritance, but he didn't say anything to disturb Qin Feiyang. Of course, Qin Feiyang also knew. Not only did he know that the old man in black had returned, but he also knew that the second grandpa and the 10 false gods had appeared. However, at that time, he couldn't be distracted. With a nervous heart, Qin Feiyang walked to the black-clothed old man and bowed. Greetings, Senior. Senior. The black-clothed old man was stunned. Then, he shook his head and smiled. Just call me third grandpa. Calling me senior makes us seem too distant. Third grandpa? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. You're the same as second grandpa. You're my grandfather's younger brother? Yes. Third grandpa nodded and smiled. Looking at the kind smile on third grandpa's face, Qin Feiyang immediately felt a long-lost sense of closeness. They were both his closest elders, but compared to this old man in front of him, the difference was more than 100,000 miles. Greetings, third grandpa. Qin Feiyang bowed and said, Good child. Third grandpa stood up and stretched out his big hand that was covered with calluses and frowns. He grabbed Qin Feiyang's hand and carefully sized up Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang felt a little embarrassed from being stared at like that. Sigh. After a long time, third grandpa sighed deeply and said, We've made you suffer all these years. Will you blame us? I used to. But now, I don't have any. Because I know that you all have your difficulties. Although I don't know what the difficulties are, I understand that if possible, you won't sit by and do nothing. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and said. Third grandpa said, You're really a sensible child. Please forgive us, because there are some things that we can't tell you yet. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. All right, let's not talk about these unhappy things. Since you're already here, then treat this place as your home. No. Look at my head. I'm getting old and confused. This is your home. You can stay here as long as you want. Third grandpa said with a smile. My home, Qin Feiyang murmured and couldn't help but feel sad. He looked up at third grandpa and said with a smile, Thank you, grandpa. Silly child. We're family. Why are you thanking me? Go. Your second grandpa is waiting for you. He blamed himself more than anyone for not taking care of you all these years. Third grandpa sighed. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. Big brother, Yang Wei is looking for you. However, at this time, Fatso's voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Why is he looking for me? Qin Feiyang asked secretly. It seems that the state preceptor is ready to take action. Fatso said. Ask him to wait. I'll go in right away. Qin Feiyang said secretly, then looked at third grandpa and said, Third grandpa, someone is looking for me. I have to go to the castle first. Go. Third grandpa nodded. With a thought, Qin Feiyang appeared in the ancient castle. These days, Yang Wei sent messages to Qin Feiyang more than once, but Qin Feiyang didn't respond to him every time. At first, he was very anxious. He was afraid that something would happen to Qin Feiyang. But when he sent a message to Fatso and learned from Fatso and others that Qin Feiyang was receiving the inheritance of the Lu family, he was surprised and sincerely happy for Qin Feiyang. But what made him happy was not that Qin Feiyang received the inheritance, but that Qin Feiyang finally found his grandfather's home and reunited with his grandfather's family. Because he knew Qin Feiyang was a person who longed for family more than anyone else. Seeing Qin Feiyang appear, Yang Wei immediately asked with a smile, "What inheritance did you get in the Lu family?" Fatso and others also looked at Qin Feiyang curiously. Although they knew that Qin Feiyang got the inheritance, they didn't know what inheritance it was. Fire Phoenix technique. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. What? Fire Phoenix technique? Everyone was dumbfounded. Fatso said, "Boss, don't tell Fat Lord that the Fire Phoenix technique you got is the same as Lu Zheng's." "It's the same," Qin Feiyang said. This, Fatso was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed out loud and said, "If Lu Zheng knows about this, I think his expression will be very interesting." White-Eyed Wolf, Lu Hong, and the others couldn't help but laugh out loud. "You guys just want to see the world in chaos." Qin Feiyang looked at everyone helplessly, then raised his head to look at Yang Wei and said, "You said that the Imperial Preceptor is ready to take action?" "Yes." Yang Wei nodded. "Is there an exact time?" Qin Feiyang asked. Yang Wei nodded and said, "He is about to go to the 9 continents to meet up with Zhuge Wuhou." "Zhuge Wuhou is in the 9 continents?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "Yes. Because he wants to find the Emperor's substitute, Zhuge Wuhou went to the 9 continents first." Yang Wei said, "I'll go to the pagoda right away. Be careful," Qin Feiyang exhorted. Then, he turned off the image crystal and appeared beside Third Grandpa. Without waiting for Third Grandpa to speak, Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, "Third Grandpa, I have some urgent matters to attend to and have to return to the Imperial City immediately. I'll have to trouble you to tell Second Grandpa that I'll pay my respects to him after I'm done." Third Grandpa was stunned and asked, "What's the matter? Can you handle it alone?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. Third Grandpa waved his hand and said, "All right, go ahead. Let's meet again in the future." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said. Then, he immediately opened a teleportation gate that led to the Bright Sky Palace and walked in without looking back. "Big brother, did you see that? This grandson of yours is even more outstanding than you expected." Looking at the dissipating teleportation gate, Third Grandpa muttered to himself. "Bastard, you're finally willing to come back. What did you tell me that day? I have something to attend to and will return later. But in the end, you made me wait here for a full 8 days. Tell me, what do you mean? Did you do it on purpose? If you don't make it clear today, I'm not done with you." As soon as Qin Feiyang returned to the Bright Sky Palace, he was immediately scolded by Lu Zheng. "Don't be angry. Aren't I back now?" Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. "Don't play dumb with me," Lu Zheng roared, his face full of anger. This, Qin Feiyang was a little embarrassed. If Lu Zheng knew that he followed behind and sneaked into the Lu family that day, he would definitely be even angrier. "Speak," Lu Zheng roared. Qin Feiyang said impatiently, "I'm not in the mood to talk nonsense with you now. If you want to know, go back and ask Second Grandpa." "Ask Second Grandpa? Did you go to my Lu family?" Lu Zheng was bewildered. Qin Feiyang ignored him and lowered his head to ponder. Lu Zheng was extremely annoyed. Suddenly, he grinned and said, "Little cousin, don't forget that the 10,000 beasts diagram is still in my hands." Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and looked up at Lu Zheng. Seeing Lu Zheng's smug look, Qin Feiyang was too lazy to talk nonsense. With a thought, the 10,000 beasts diagram immediately rushed out of Lu Zheng's Chenkuan bag and disappeared into his sea of qi. The 10,000 beasts diagram had his blood contract. Lu Zheng's cultivation was not as high as his. Wanting to use the 10,000 beasts diagram to threaten him was simply a pipe dream. Seeing that the 10,000 beasts diagram was snatched back by Qin Feiyang just like that, Lu Zheng's face suddenly turned green and red. Just as he was about to get angry, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and opened a portal. Lu Zheng was taken aback and frowned. Where are you going? Follow me if you're interested. If not, wait for me here. After saying this, Qin Feiyang turned around and entered the teleportation gate. Lu Zheng raised his eyebrows and rushed into the portal with a big stride. The next moment, the two appeared in the sky above a mountain range. Here, mountains were stacked, ancient trees towered into the sky, and ferocious beasts exuded extremely strong ferocity. Isn't this the back mountain of the Imperial Palace? Lu Zheng glanced down and frowned. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and led Lu Zheng into the castle. Then, he drove the castle straight to the Spirit Pagoda. Seeing Lu Zheng enter the castle, Fatso, the white-eyed wolf, and the other beasts immediately opened their eyes full of ridicule. Lu Zheng didn't care at first. But soon, he felt that something was wrong. Why were these guys looking at him so strangely? Seeing that everyone didn't look away for a long time, Lu Zheng finally couldn't help but frown. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there a problem? No. Fatso waved his hand repeatedly, but the ridicule on his face was even stronger. The Wolf King, the two-winged snow eagle, the thunder leopard, and the other beasts couldn't help but laugh. What's going on? Lu Zheng scratched his head, looking puzzled. Chapter 1373. Soon, Qin Feiyang drove the ancient castle and rushed to the pagoda. The pagoda's door was closed. Elder Qin and the commander of the Kirin army sat cross-legged on both sides of the pagoda, cultivating with their eyes closed. Qin Feiyang didn't go out either. He stood in the castle and looked at the two quietly. Time passed by breath. Suddenly, two figures descended in front of the pagoda. It was the imperial tutor and Yang Wei. Swish. Elder Qin immediately opened his eyes. Two sharp lights burst out of his eyes as he looked at the two and said, "What are you doing here?" The imperial tutor said proudly, "Who are you to interfere with what I want to do? Open the door, don't waste my and Emperor Hong's time." Elder Qin's face darkened. Sure enough, he used Emperor Hong to threaten him again. "What should we do?" The commander of the Kirin army asked secretly. "It doesn't matter. His Majesty has fused with the Divine Order. Even if the imperial tutor goes to the 9 states personally, he won't be able to find His Majesty." Elder Qin smiled secretly. He raised his old hand and waved gently. The pagoda's stone door slowly opened. These days, Elder Qin had also told the commander of the Kirin army about the emperor. After the stone door opened, the imperial tutor looked at Elder Qin and Elder Qin with disdain. Then, he swaggered into the pagoda with Yang Wei and walked straight to the teleportation altar that led to the spiritual state. The imperial tutor looked at the altar. His eyes flashed. With a wave of his hand, a strand of pseudo-god power swept into the altar. The altar instantly revived. Then, the imperial tutor and Yang Wei stepped onto the altar and disappeared. How dare they? The commander of the Kirin army looked at the teleportation altar with undisguised anger in his eyes. Elder Qin said secretly, "Don't be impulsive. It won't do us any good to fall out with them now." Hearing this, the commander of the Kirin army couldn't help but look helpless. With the support of Emperor Hong, they couldn't beat the imperial tutor at all. "Why don't you go with them?" Lu Zheng retracted his gaze and looked at the indifferent Qin Feiyang. "No need. Because they will be back soon," Qin Feiyang said lightly. Although Zhuge Wu, who had already planned with the imperial tutor before he left, Zhuge Wu, who did not know how long the imperial tutor would take to complete the imperial jade seal. This was because the 9 prefectures and the imperial capital were unable to communicate with each other. If the imperial jade seal was not completed and Zhuge Wuho brought the corpse of their emperor back, then Old Man Qin would definitely be able to recognize it at a glance. So now, that was why the national master went to the spiritual state to meet with Zhuge Wuho. In short, in order to achieve the desired effect, the imperial jade seal and the emperor's body must appear in front of Elder Qin at the same time. Just as Qin Feiyang had expected, In less than 100 breaths of time, the teleportation altar was revived again. Old Qin and the commander of the Kirin army were stunned. They quickly stood up and looked at the altar. Very soon, a group of people appeared and jumped off the altar one after another. The leader was none other than the imperial tutor. Next were Zhuge Wuhou, Zhuge Nanhua, Zhuge Nangong, and so on. They were the pillars of the Zhuge family. Yang Wei was also inside. But at this moment, Yang Wei was holding a corpse in his hand. This corpse was completely unrecognizable. Its clothes were tattered, and its body was a mess of flesh and blood. It had died a tragic death. But the blood had dried up. Obviously, it had been dead for a few days, and there was no aura on its body. Why is there a corpse? Old Qin and the commander were suspicious. Wait. The commander of the Kirin army's eyes trembled as he thought to himself, Old Qin, why does it look like His Majesty? Like His Majesty? Old Qin was stunned. He quickly looked at the corpse carefully, and his eyes trembled. Although the corpse was completely unrecognizable, its figure and outline were indeed very similar to the emperor. Impossible. Old Qin shook his head and muttered to himself. The national master glanced at Old Qin and the commander, and led Zhuge Wuhou and the others out of the pagoda proudly. Stop. Old Qin hurriedly said. The national master stopped and stood in the square in front of the pagoda. He turned to look at Old Qin and said indifferently, I still have important matters to attend to. If you have something to say it quickly. Old Qin pointed to the corpse in Yang Wei's arms and asked, Who is he? A hint of a smile flashed across the national master's eyes. He did not answer Old Qin. He looked at Zhuge Wuhou and the others and said, You guys have worked hard. Go back and rest first. Yes. Everyone respectfully responded and opened the portal to leave. Yang Wei looked at Old Qin and the commander, then looked at the national master and asked, Sir, where are we going? The national master said, Of course, to bring His Majesty's corpse to find Emperor Hong. Yang Wei sighed deeply and said, When Emperor Hong sees His Majesty's corpse, he will definitely be very sad. After all, His Majesty is his grandson. That's right. I never thought that His Majesty would actually die an unnatural death. The national master's eyes were filled with grief. Hearing the conversation between the two, Old Qin and the commander of the Kirin army felt like a bolt from the blue, their minds rumbling. The corpse in front of them was really His Majesty. The dead cannot be resurrected. My condolences. The national master looked at the two of them and said. Then, he sighed and soared into the air. I don't believe it. Old Qin suddenly roared and stood in front of Yang Wei. Yang Wei's face changed. At this moment, Old Qin was like a venomous snake baring its fangs, giving people a strong sense of crisis. Old Qin, what are you doing? The national master raised his eyebrows, landed beside Yang Wei, and said angrily. Old Qin stared at the corpse and said in a deep voice, I don't believe that he is His Majesty. I want to personally verify his identity. You are blaspheming His Majesty's dragon body. The national master was furious. What's wrong? Guilty. Is this corpse fake? Old Qin sneered. How would this national master dare to joke about such a big matter? However, if you want to verify his identity, it will be Emperor Hong himself. How can it be your turn? The national master snorted. Old Qin said angrily, Emperor Hong lives in seclusion and doesn't understand His Majesty at all. What can he find out? The national master's face sank and shouted, Old man, you have guts. You actually dare to doubt Emperor Hong? You want to verify it? Fine, this national master will fulfill your wish. Look at what this is. The national master waved his hand, and the imperial jade seal appeared. Old Qin and the Kirin army commander were shocked and quickly rushed towards the imperial jade seal. The national master grabbed the imperial jade seal in his hand and said, For the safety of the imperial jade seal, you can only look at it from afar and not touch it. The two of them braked and stopped. The national master opened his palm. The imperial jade seal floated in his palm, emitting a strong purple-gold dragon blood aura. There is the aura of purple-gold dragon blood. It really is the imperial jade seal, the Kirin army commander muttered, his face pale. His Majesty was really dead. Old Qin's entire body froze on the spot. His mouth kept muttering. How is this possible? The National Master laughed coldly, kept the Imperial Jade Seal, and looked at Old Qin. Do you still want to verify it? Old Qin acted as if he didn't hear anything. He was like a walking corpse, his eyes empty and lifeless. Suddenly, he quivered, raised his head to look at the National Master, and said word by word, "We must verify it. You really won't give up until you fall into the Yellow River. Since you insist on verifying it, then be quick. Don't waste this National Master's time." The National Master said expressionlessly. The owner of this corpse was found by Zhuge Wuhou and the others in the 9 great continents with great difficulty. Other than the face, it was almost exactly the same as the Emperor. Of course, everyone had their own unique characteristics. For example, the moles on their bodies, the lines on their palms, and fingerprints. These characteristics could not be replicated, nor could they be disguised. But Zhuge Wuhou knew the characteristics of the Emperor like the back of his hand. And these? Naturally, it was the current Emperor-Empress who told Zhuge Wuhou. After all, as a woman who shared a bed with the Emperor, who knew the characteristics of the Emperor better than her? Thus, when Zhuge Wuhou forged this corpse, he erased all the characteristics that could prove the identity of the Emperor. In addition, at this moment, the corpse was completely unrecognizable. Its entire body was broken, and not a single part of it was complete. Therefore, the National Master was not worried at all that Elder Qin would be able to verify its authenticity. As expected, no matter how Elder Qin checked, he couldn't tell whether the corpse in front of him was real or fake. Yang Wei snorted coldly. The Imperial Jade Seal is the best proof. You are completely superfluous. Elder Qin was like an enraged lion, staring at Yang Wei and shouting, "When is it your turn to interrupt?" The National Master reached out to protect Yang Wei, looked at Elder Qin and said, "He is my man, his words are equivalent to my words. Do you have any objections?" Elder Qin stared at the National Master coldly. After a moment, he said in a deep voice, "Where did you find His Majesty?" The National Master said, "According to Zhuge Wuhou, we found him in a mountain in the spirit state. There are still many traces of battle left at the scene. The spirit state is a small place, and there isn't even a battle saint. Who can kill His Majesty? I think the real culprit who killed His Majesty should be Zhuge Wuhou and the others," Elder Qin said sternly. The National Master's face darkened as he said angrily, "Killing the Emperor is a great crime that can lead to the extermination of 9 generations. Don't spout nonsense and slander others," Elder Qin said. "Whether I'm slandering others or not, you know in your heart. I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. Let's go see Emperor Hong." The National Master coldly glanced at Elder Qin, then led Yang Wei into the depths of the back mountain. The commander of the Kirin army immediately looked at Elder Qin and said, "Didn't you say that they couldn't find His Majesty? Then how did they find him now?" "How would I know?" Elder Qin roared, his heart also extremely irritated. Inside the ancient castle, Lu Zheng was puzzled. "Little cousin, the National Master has already gone to see Emperor Hong. What are you still standing here for?" "That's not important." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Lu Zheng was stunned and asked, "Then what's important?" Qin Feiyang was silent, staring at Elder Qin in the image with a trace of anticipation in his eyes. Suddenly, Elder Qin looked at the commander of the Kirin army and said, "Go to the spirit state immediately." "Why are we going to the spirit state?" The commander of the Kirin army was suspicious. "To find His Majesty. I have a feeling that His Majesty wouldn't be so easily found by the Zhuge family," Elder Qin said in a deep voice. The commander of the Kirin army said, "You mean, His Majesty might not be dead yet?" "Yes." Elder Qin nodded. The commander of the Kirin army asked, "If His Majesty isn't dead, then how do you explain the Imperial Seal? If I tell you to go, then go. Why are you talking nonsense?" Elder Qin said angrily. Okay, I'll go. Chapter 1374. But after a few steps, the commander of the Kirin army stopped again. "What's wrong?" Elder Qin looked at him in confusion. "You are stronger than me. I think it's better for you to go." The commander of the Kirin army said. I can't go. Elder Qin shook his head. Why? The commander of the Kirin army asked. Because of the state preceptor. If the corpse is fake, then this must be a trap set by him. He wants to find His Majesty's whereabouts from me. So, I have to stay here and stop him. Elder Qin said in a deep voice. I see. The commander of the Kirin army suddenly understood. Without hesitation, he turned around and entered the pagoda. Elder Qin suddenly said, Wait. What's the matter? The commander of the Kirin army turned around and looked at him suspiciously. I'm about to faint because of the state preceptor. I forgot to tell you one more thing. Elder Qin rubbed his forehead. What is it? The commander of the Kirin army asked. When His Majesty first arrived at the Butterfly Valley, he destroyed the image crystal in order to disguise himself as a victim. Elder Qin said. Then how can I find him? The commander of the Kirin army said anxiously. Don't worry. Although His Majesty destroyed the image crystal, he bought a new one in the capital of the spiritual state. His Majesty only established a contract with one person with this image crystal. Elder Qin said. Then it must be you. The commander of the Kirin army laughed. Elder Qin shook his head and said, No, it's not me. It's the last disciple I took in the spiritual state. What? Last disciple? The commander of the Kirin army was surprised. Inside the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang was also shocked. This old man took in a disciple in the spiritual state without anyone knowing? Who was so lucky? One had to know. It was a great honor to be chosen by a fake god and be taken in as a last disciple. Similarly, anyone who could catch the eye of a false god would definitely be a monstrous genius. The commander of the Kirin army regained his composure and said with a smile, Elder Qin, you have never accepted a disciple. Even a genius like Zhuge Mingyang is not worthy of your attention. I'm really curious. What kind of little guy can make you change your mind? Yiglao said, a little girl called Murong Jing. Murong Jing? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Why did this name sound so familiar? Yiglao continued, as for her talent, be it in cultivation or alchemy, it can only be considered average. However, she has a good personality and is sensible. She also keeps a low profile. This old man quite likes her. Accepting her as my disciple can also be considered fate. Elder Qin was about to tell the commander of the Kirin army about his fate with Murong Jing, but he suddenly shook his head and said, Now is not the time to talk about this. Go and find her when you arrive at the spiritual state. She is in alchemy room number 1 in the inner palace. It's easy to find her. Does she know your Majesty's identity? The commander of the Kirin army asked. Elder Qin said, She doesn't even know my identity and cultivation strength, let alone your Majesty. I only told her that your Majesty is my good friend. What does she look like? Also, give me the coordinates of the inner palace. The commander of the Kirin army said. Although he was a big shot in imperial capital, he didn't know much about the situation in the spiritual state. Elder Qin glanced at the mountains and rivers around the spiritual pagoda warily and led the commander of the Kirin army into the spiritual pagoda. Qin Feiyang also drove the ancient castle into the spiritual pagoda. Elder Qin waved his hand, and the door of the spiritual pagoda quickly closed. Then, he looked at the commander of the Kirin army and said solemnly, The reason why His Majesty established a contract bridge with such a small figure was because he was worried that something like today would happen again. So, when you go to see Murong Jing, don't let anyone see you. Then, he added, also, the fact that she's my disciple can't be told to anyone else, especially Qin Feiyang. If that brat finds out, with his personality, he'll definitely follow the clues and find Murong Jing. I understand. The commander of the Kirin army nodded. He knew how important Murong Jing was. If Elder Qin couldn't leave or something happened, then Murong Jing would be the only person who could contact His Majesty. However, there was one thing that puzzled him. He looked at Elder Qin and asked in puzzlement, Why didn't His Majesty establish a contract bridge with you? Because I attract too much attention, and my every move could be monitored. Especially Qin Feiyang. With the ancient castle, it's hard to guard against him. What if one day, when I send a message to His Majesty, he sees me? But Murong Jing is different. She's just a small figure, and no one knows her identity. Even if someone sees her, they wouldn't know that she's the only one who can contact His Majesty. Elder Qin smiled. That makes sense. The commander of the Kirin army nodded. Qin Feiyang, who was in the castle, couldn't help but give Elder Qin a thumbs up. That was so thoughtful. If he didn't hear it with his own ears, he wouldn't even think about Murong Jing, let alone Murong Jing. Elder Qin smiled faintly and waved his hand. The power of the false god appeared, and the image of a young woman appeared in front of the two. It's her. Qin Feiyang was stunned. It was a very ordinary-looking woman, but she had a great figure. She wore a snow-white dress, and her hair was draped over her shoulders. She looked like she was in her 20s. Although she looked ordinary, she had a unique aura that made it impossible for people to ignore her. You know her? Lu Zheng asked. Qin Feiyang said with a wry smile, I entered the inner palace with her. Of course, I know her. What kind of person is she? Lu Zheng was curious. If she could enter the inner palace with Qin Feiyang, she wouldn't be as ordinary as Elder Qin had said. Her talent isn't great, but she's quite talented in alchemy. Back in the spiritual state, other than Lu Xingchen and I, she was the only woman who could make supreme-grade elixirs. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Lu Zheng pursed his lips and said, I knew it. Old man Qin, this old man is talking nonsense. He's not talking nonsense either. After all, he's a false god, and he's arrogant. How could he take Murong Jing's talent seriously? But Elder Qin is right about one thing. This woman is famous for being low-key in the state capital. Many people have asked her to make elixirs, including the treasure pavilion in the city, but she didn't agree. Qin Feiyang said. Lu Zheng said, so, she doesn't care about fame and fortune? She doesn't care at all. Maybe that's why Elder Qin accepted her as his disciple. Qin Feiyang said. She's an interesting woman. I must meet her when I have the chance. Lu Zheng lifted the corner of his mouth and revealed a playful look. Outside the inner city, Elder Qin gave the coordinates of the inner palace to the commander of the Kirin army and gave a jade pendant to the commander of the Kirin army. He said that this was a token for Murong Jing. Only when she saw this token would Murong Jing help him contact the emperor. The commander of the Kirin army memorized the coordinates. After putting away the jade pendant, he immediately turned around and activated the teleportation altar. Soon, he disappeared. However, Elder Qin didn't know that Qin Feiyang also followed the commander of the Kirin army into the teleportation altar. After the commander of the Kirin army disappeared, Elder Qin waved his hand and opened the gate of the pagoda. He walked to the square outside and glanced around the mountains with a chilling light flashing in his eyes. Then, he waved his hand again, and the stone pagoda of the pagoda closed tightly. At the same time, on the top of a mountain far away, the national master concealed his presence and stood by the cliff, looking at the pagoda and Elder Qin from afar. Yang Wei stood behind the national master respectfully with the corpse in his arms, looking at Elder Qin and the pagoda as well. Moments later, Yang Wei withdrew his gaze and said with a smile, Sir, the commander of the Kirin army hasn't come out for a long time. As you expected, he must have gone to the spiritual state. What do you know? I want Elder Qin to go to the spiritual state, not the commander of the Kirin army, the national master said gloomily. Is there a difference? Yang Wei was puzzled. Of course there is a difference. If Elder Qin goes, the pagoda will be guarded by the commander of the Kirin army. With his strength, he won't be able to stop this old man. Moreover, this old man can seize this opportunity to kill him. But now, Elder Qin wants the commander of the Kirin army to go to the spiritual state while he guards the pagoda. It's basically impossible for this old man to follow him to the spiritual state. The national master said angrily. Yang Wei nodded in realization. Suddenly, the national master rolled his eyes and looked at Yang Wei. Go and test him. How? Yang Wei was suspicious. The national master said, Go there now and say that you have something to do in the 9 states. If he stops you and even ignores Emperor Hong, it proves that he really knows the whereabouts of the emperor. This subordinate understands. Yang Wei nodded, put down the corpse, opened a portal, and descended in front of the pagoda. He really came. Elder Qin secretly sneered, looked at Yang Wei, and asked expressionlessly, "What are you doing here again?" This old man does not welcome the National Master's lackey. Yang Wei frowned, and said, "I am under the orders of the National Master and Emperor Hong. I have something to do in the 9 states, and I ask Elder Qin to open the pagoda door." Bringing out Emperor Hong again? But this time, this old man will not take half a step back. Elder Qin secretly snorted, and said indifferently, "Since you are under the orders of Emperor Hong, then take out Emperor Hong's handwritten order, or else there is no need to talk." Hearing this, Yang Wei's eyes flashed, and he glanced in the direction of the National Master, and said, "Elder Qin, open the pagoda door, this will eliminate the National Master's suspicion of you." Elder Qin was secretly shocked, and asked, "What do you mean?" "The National Master has long suspected that you know the whereabouts of the Emperor. This time, he asked me to come here to test you. If you don't open the pagoda door, that will confirm his suspicions. On the contrary, if you open the pagoda door now, he will dispel his suspicions and will never bother you again." Yang Wei thought. Elder Qin's pupils shrank, and said, "Aren't you the National Master's subordinate? Why are you telling me this? Who said I was the National Master's subordinate?" Yang Wei snickered. Elder Qin was surprised, and thought to himself, "If you are not the National Master's man, then whose man are you? You will know in the future." Yang Wei smiled mysteriously. Elder Qin looked at him deeply, waved his hand, and the pagoda door quickly opened. In the distance. The National Master was stunned. He actually opened the pagoda door? What was going on? Could it be that his previous guesses were all wrong? You are very smart, because the National Master is watching from afar. Chapter 1375. The Imperial Master immediately turned to look at Yang Wei and asked, "What did you say?" Yang Wei said, "I didn't say anything. I just told him that I had received orders from you and Emperor Hong to make a trip to the 9 great provinces." He hesitated for a moment before directly opening the pagoda door. How could this be? Could it be that he doesn't know where the Emperor is? The Imperial Master frowned. This subordinate doesn't know. Yang Wei shook his head. He thought for a while and said, "Maybe it's because this subordinate's strength is weak, so he didn't really care." He added this sentence to leave himself a way out. Because the Emperor would return sooner or later, when the State Preceptor found out that old Qin actually knew, then with the State Preceptor's intelligence, he would definitely be suspicious of his actions today. The Imperial Master lowered his head and pondered for a while. He then looked at old Qin and said, "Let's not worry about this for now. Let's go see Emperor Hong and push the little prince to the throne." "Yes." Yang Wei nodded. He picked up the corpse on the ground and followed behind the Imperial Master, flying towards the depths of the mountain. Back to Qin Feiyang and the commander of the Kirin army. After entering the spirit state, the commander of the Kirin army immediately opened a teleportation door. But before entering the door, he pondered for a while. He then took out an illusion form pill and turned into a young man in his 20s before entering the door. Qin Feiyang also controlled the ancient castle and followed him in. In the next moment, the commander of the Kirin army and the ancient castle both landed on top of a mountain range. Mountain ranges, overlapping mountains, as far as the eye could see. Not far away, on top of a few majestic giant peaks, there was a huge building. That was the most important place in the inner palace. Pill Palace, Martial Palace, Resource Palace, at this moment. Many inner palace disciples were moving around in the sky above each palace. The commander of the Kirin army glanced around and entered the forest below. Soon, he found a disciple of the Pill Palace in a forest. Without saying anything, he went forward and knocked that disciple out with a palm strike. He then suppressed his cultivation to the level of a 2-star combat emperor and changed into the disciple's clothes before flying towards the Pill Palace. Finally, he successfully snuck into the Pill Hall. But that disciple was pitiful. He was stripped naked, leaving only a pair of leggings. A moment passed. Pill Refining Room 1. The commander of the Kirin army stood outside and knocked on the stone door. Soon, The stone door opened, and a woman in white appeared in front of the commander of the Kirin army. That was right. It was Murong Jing. Murong Jing looked at the commander of the Kirin army and asked coldly, "What's the matter?" The commander of the Kirin army looked around the corridor and said in a low voice, "It was your master who asked me to find you." "Master?" Murong Jing's eyes trembled. She stepped aside and said, "Come in." The commander of the Kirin army strode in. Qin Feiyang naturally drove the castle into the alchemy room. After the commander of the Kirin army entered the alchemy room, Murong Jing immediately closed the stone door. She turned around and looked at the commander of the Kirin army and asked, "Is master doing well?" The commander of the Kirin army looked at Murong Jing and said with a smile, "He is doing very well. You don't have to worry." "Then who are you?" Murong Jing looked at him suspiciously. The commander of the Kirin army thought for a while and said, "I am your master's friend. I am here to ask you to help me contact someone." "Contact someone?" Murong Jing was stunned. She seemed to have thought of something and became alert. "Don't be nervous. I have your master's keepsake," the commander of the Kirin army said with a smile. He took out the jade pendant from his chest and handed it to Murong Jing. The jade pendant was as big as a baby's palm. There was a fire luan engraved on it, emitting a sparkling luster. Murong Jing grabbed the jade pendant and looked at it carefully. She then raised her head and looked at the commander of the Kirin army. She was still alert. "What a cautious girl." The commander of the Kirin army smiled helplessly and said, "Don't worry. I am not a bad person. I am here because your master asked me to." Hearing this, Murong Jing let down her guard and returned the jade pendant to the commander of the Kirin army. Then, she walked to the side, took out the image crystal, and poured her battle chi into it. After a while, a shadow appeared. Who else could it be but the emperor? But at this moment, the emperor did not have the slightest majesty of an emperor. He was wearing an ordinary long robe and looked like an ordinary person. "Greetings, senior." Murong Jing bowed. "Girl, what's the matter?" The emperor looked at Murong Jing with an incomparably amiable smile on his face. "Are my eyes playing tricks on me? He is actually smiling so kindly." Lu Zheng was dumbfounded. And the commander of the Kirin army, who was standing on the side, looked up at the emperor's figure. His face was full of excitement, and even his body was trembling. There were even tears of joy in the corners of his eyes. It was great. His Majesty was not dead, but then, his mind was full of doubts. Since His Majesty was not dead, then who was the corpse that the Imperial Preceptor brought back? How could the Imperial Preceptor have the Imperial Jade Seal? Murong Jing looked at the Emperor and smiled. "I am fine, but someone is looking for you." "Who is it?" the Emperor asked. "Me." The commander of the Kirin army quickly ran to Murong Jing's side. "You are." The Emperor looked at him suspiciously. "Your Majesty." The commander of the Kirin army was about to call out "Your Majesty," but suddenly remembered that Murong Jing was still next to him. He said, "Can you give me the coordinates first? I will tell you slowly when I get there." "Who the hell are you?" The Emperor raised his eyebrows. The commander of the Kirin army said anxiously, "It is not convenient to talk here. And now I have a very urgent matter to report to you." "Urgent, report." Hearing this, the Emperor's eyes flashed. He looked at Murong Jing and said with a smile, "Girl, cover your ears." Murong Jing looked at the Emperor and the commander of the Kirin army suspiciously, but she was very sensible and did not ask much. She raised her hands and covered her ears. The Emperor immediately gave the commander of the Kirin army a set of coordinates. The commander of the Kirin army immediately opened a portal. He thanked Murong Jing and entered the portal. He didn't even let Murong Jing know the coordinates. What is he doing? Why is he so vigilant? Lu Zheng frowned. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly. He glanced at Murong Jing and drove the castle into the portal. Yuzhou, a remote town located in the mountains. There were only 500 to 600 families in the town. Just like Ironball Town, although there were disputes, quarrels, and schemes in the town, compared to the Imperial Palace, this place was much better. People left early in the morning and returned late at night, working hard. Everything seemed so peaceful and peaceful. In front of a small stream outside the town, there was a newly built courtyard. The courtyard was about 5 to 6 acres of land, surrounded by a row of wooden fences. Inside, except for a 2-story wooden building, it was all vegetable gardens and orchards. Moreover, whether it was the vegetable seedlings in the vegetable garden or the fruit seedlings in the orchard, they were all newly planted. The surroundings of the courtyard were shaded by willow trees and lush greenery, presenting a scene full of vitality. Beautiful wild flowers bloomed in the grass, attracting swarms of bees and butterflies. The stream in front of the courtyard gurgled and was so clear that one could see the bottom. One could clearly see small fish swimming happily in the stream. This place was like a pure land on earth, making people feel at ease. At this moment, a middle-aged man dressed in white was sitting alone under a willow tree by the stream. He was drinking tea and watching the fish in the stream, enjoying this peaceful life. Swoosh! Suddenly, a young strong man in the uniform of an inner palace disciple landed beside the courtyard. It was the commander of the Kirin army. He looked around and soon saw the middle-aged man sitting by the stream. He immediately swallowed the facial restoration pill. With a face full of excitement, he quickly walked to the middle-aged man's side and knelt on the ground. He bowed and said, "Your subject greets your majesty." "It's you." The emperor turned his head and glanced at the commander of the Chilean army. He did not show any emotion and said indifferently, "The people living here are all ordinary people. They don't know my identity. In the future, when you see me, don't be so courteous." "Yes." The commander of the Kirin army respectfully replied and stood up. The emperor turned back, picked up the teacup, took a sip, and asked, "Just now you said you have something urgent to report to me. What is it?" The commander of the Kirin army didn't waste any time. He immediately told the emperor about the corpse and the imperial jade seal in detail. After listening, the emperor was unexpectedly calm. There wasn't even the slightest bit of anger between his brows. Seeing that the emperor didn't speak, the commander of the Kirin army asked carefully, "Your Majesty, did you give them the imperial jade seal?" The emperor said lightly, "The real imperial jade seal is with me. The one in their hands is fake." "Fake?" The commander of the Kirin army was stunned. He said, "Why is the fake one so real? It even has the aura of the purple golden dragon blood. Have you forgotten? In this world, not only the late emperor has the purple golden dragon blood." The emperor said. The commander of the Kirin army frowned. A figure in white suddenly appeared in his mind. He said, "Your Majesty, do you mean that the imperial jade seal in the hands of the national master was made by Qin Feiyang?" The emperor said, "Even if it's not him, it has something to do with him." "How could this be? He is a descendant of the Qin clan. Why would he help an outsider?" The commander of the Kirin army was furious. The emperor smiled faintly and asked, "Is there anything else?" The commander of the Kirin army knelt on the ground again and begged, "Your Majesty, come back with me. The imperial palace really needs you now." "Go back for what? To continue the intrigue? I'm tired. I want to have a good rest," the emperor said. The commander of the Kirin army shouted, "Your Majesty, if you don't go back, the imperial capital will change. I've already expected the worries in your heart, but, so what? Look at this place. The mountains are clear and the water is clear. The people are simple and honest. There are no disputes and no worries. How can I bear to leave such a good place?" The emperor smiled faintly. "Your Majesty," the commander of the Kirin army was very anxious. "Okay, you can go back. No matter what happens in the imperial capital, don't come to me. Just let me be willful for once. Enjoy life alone and enjoy this rare peace." Chapter 1376. Capricious, the commander of the Kirin army murmured to himself. As the king of a country, he controlled the fate of billions of people. How could he be capricious? Looking at the back of the king, he asked, "Are you really the king? Why do I feel like you're a different person now?" "You can pretend that I'm not," the king said without turning his head. "Why? Why is that? Can you tell me? Where is the emperor who once looked down on the world and looked down on all heroes now?" The commander of the Kirin army roared, his face full of disappointment and confusion. The king fell silent. "Answer me," the commander of the Kirin army roared again and again, almost losing his mind. These past few days, he and Old Man Qin had been so busy in the imperial capital that they were almost overworked. Yet, the emperor was actually leisurely enjoying life here. He didn't know how to describe his feelings at this moment. "Go back." After a long silence, the king finally spoke, but he didn't give any explanation. His tone was as calm as ever. Hearing this, the commander of the Kirin army clenched his fingers tightly, making cracking sounds. "If you don't go, don't blame me for being rude." The emperor opened his mouth again. His calm tone was laced with a shocking chill. Alas! The commander of the Kirin army sighed, turned around, opened the portal, and left silently with disappointment. The king didn't look at the commander of the Kirin army. He drank tea and looked at the stream quietly. His eyes were calm, as if he had abandoned everything. "Since you don't want to care about the capital, then hand over the imperial jade seal." But suddenly, an indifferent voice sounded. Then, Qin Feiyang appeared not far from the king, but he didn't look at the king. Instead, he looked down at the small fish swimming in the stream with indifferent eyes. The king raised his eyebrows and turned to stare at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "I have no other purpose in coming here this time. There are only two things. First, the imperial jade seal. Second, your handwritten decree. What if I don't give it to you?" the king asked. The corners of Qin Feiyang's mouth rose as he said, "Don't you like this place very much? If you don't, I'll make you stay here forever." The emperor's eyes flashed with anger as he asked, "What do you want the imperial jade seal for?" "It's none of your business," Qin Feiyang said. The emperor said angrily, "Don't forget, you are still my son, don't tell me that. You're not worthy." But before the emperor could finish, Qin Feiyang roared. Immediately after, Thunder Leopard, Wang Yangfeng, and the others appeared out of nowhere. They stood behind Qin Feiyang and stared at the emperor. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and calmed the rage in his heart. He said indifferently, "I will only give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't hand over the imperial ruler's seal after 3 breaths, I will personally bury you. Don't doubt my determination." The emperor glanced at Wang Yangfeng and the others, then looked at Qin Feiyang. But from the beginning to the end, Qin Feiyang did not look him in the eye. His expression was filled with a murderous aura. "The heavens are watching what you do. You will get what you deserve in the future. Believe me." A moment later, the emperor said coldly. With a wave of his hand, a stream of light flew out from the Sea of Qi and landed in front of Qin Feiyang. It was the imperial ruler's seal. Qin Feiyang grabbed it in his hand and looked at it carefully. After confirming that it was the real deal, he put it away. Retribution, then. He looked at the flowing stream and muttered to himself. If there really is retribution, then the one who will get retribution will only be you. Suddenly, he smiled coldly and said, "Elder Wang, prepare the ink, paper, and inkstone." "Yes." Wang Yangfeng respectfully replied and walked in front of the emperor. He took out a table and placed it in front of the emperor. Then, he took out the ink, paper, and inkstone and placed them on the table one by one. The emperor raised his eyebrows, looked at Qin Feiyang, and asked, "What do you want me to write?" Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly, "Abdicate the throne to the little prince, and I will replace the nation preceptor to assist the little prince and control the court. As for the details, I believe I don't need to tell you, you should know." The emperor's face darkened and he glared at Qin Feiyang angrily. "Don't look at me like that. From the moment you left the imperial capital, your fate was already decided. So don't blame me. If you want to blame, you can only blame yourself." Qin Feiyang said lightly. "Heard it." A trace of hostility suddenly crept up between the emperor's eyebrows. "You really have a good plan. With the real imperial jade seal and this handwritten order of mine, you can do whatever you want in the imperial capital. You can even play with the little prince in the palm of your hand. But I tell you, I won't let you get what you want." The emperor sneered. "Won't let me get what I want," Qin Feiyang murmured. Suddenly, a smile rose at the corner of his mouth, and he said, Do you still remember what you did to me when you drove me out of the capital? The emperor's pupils shrank. To be honest, a long, long time ago, I let you have a taste of losing your cultivation and being reduced to a cripple. It's just that I haven't found the opportunity. Qin Feiyang laughed. How dare you? The emperor glared at him. I really don't know what Qin Feiyang, don't dare to do in the world today. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and said, Dan Wangxai, refine a spiritual disaster pill for me right now. Okay. Dan Wangxai's voice immediately sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Don't go too far. The emperor stood up, looked at Qin Feiyang, and shouted. When you forced me to take the spiritual disaster pill, why didn't you feel that you were going too far? Didn't you just say that there would be retribution? And this is retribution. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. The emperor's heart sank. Qin Feiyang was aggressive, and the thunder leopard and the other two beasts, as well as Wang Yangfeng and the others, were also eyeing him covetously. Did he have a choice? Alas! The emperor sighed deeply, and his expression looked extremely lonely, as if he had aged dozens of years in an instant. Qin Feiyang said, hurry up, my patience is limited. The emperor glanced at Qin Feiyang, then turned to look at the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone on the table. Wang Yangfeng had already laid out the paper. Wang Yangfeng had also ground the ink. Wang Yangfeng also handed the brush to the emperor with both hands. Now, they were only waiting for the emperor to take the brush and draft an edict. I didn't expect this. I'm the emperor of a country, but I've actually fallen to this point. How sad, how lamentable. The emperor let out a sorrowful cry and grabbed the brush from Wang Yangfeng's hand. Then, he began to write rapidly, and lines of small words appeared continuously. I've already comprehended the mysteries of becoming a god and stepped into the false god realm, but after becoming a god, my state of mind changed and I've seen through everything in the world. I don't want to care about the affairs of the world anymore and I want to cultivate. After thinking about it, I've decided to give the throne to the little prince, Qin Haotian. But because the little prince is still young and can't manage the affairs of the country, I appoint Qin Feiyang to be the imperial preceptor of the great Qin dynasty and assist the little prince until the little prince grows up. This is my handwritten edict. The civil and military officials and the feudal lords are not allowed to have any objections. That's all. That was all the content of the edict. Wang Yangfeng picked up the paper, dried the ink on it, looked at it carefully for a while, and nodded to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang went forward and took a look, then took out the imperial jade seal and pressed it on it. A red jade seal was immediately printed on the paper. Then, Qin Feiyang put away the edict and the imperial jade seal, looked at the emperor and said, now, everything in the imperial capital has nothing to do with you. You can slowly enjoy it here. After saying that, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent Lei Bao, Wang Yangfeng, and the others to the ancient castle, then opened a portal. Now is such a good opportunity, why don't you just kill me? Just as Qin Feiyang was about to enter the portal, the emperor asked gloomily. Can killing you relieve my hatred? No. Next, I'll let you know how stupid your actions were back then. I'll make you suffer so much that you'll want to die and regret it for the rest of your life. Qin Feiyang indifferently left behind a sentence and entered the teleportation gate without looking back. If you don't kill me now, you'll regret it in the future. The emperor looked at Qin Feiyang's back and muttered. Whether it was the commander of the Kirin army or Qin Feiyang, after leaving the emperor's place, they all returned to the imperial capital directly. When the commander of the Kirin army told old Qin the emperor's words in full detail, old Qin also had a look of disappointment. The emperor was not anxious, but the eunuch was anxious. Even the emperor himself was not worried that the throne would be stolen, so what was he worried about? But even so, he still couldn't let it go in his heart. Because his feelings for the great Qin Empire were too deep. When the great Qin Empire was in trouble, he couldn't sit back and do nothing. Qin Feiyang saw all of this and felt gratified in his heart. No matter what the imperial preceptor, Emperor Hong, and the emperor were, at least old Qin and the commander of the Kirin army were sincerely for the good of the great Qin. However, Qin Feiyang didn't say anything and drove the ancient castle straight back to the Bright Heaven Palace. Then, he sat on the chair and lowered his head to ponder. After a long time, he raised his head, took out the image crystal, and sent a message to Yang Wei. Buzz. After waiting for a long time, Yang Wei's image appeared. Qin Feiyang asked, after seeing the corpse and the imperial jade seal, what was Emperor Hong's expression? Expression? To tell you the truth, I didn't see even a trace of sadness on his face. I'm wondering, are you people from the imperial family all so heartless? Yang Wei frowned. Otherwise, why would there be a saying that the imperial family is the most heartless? Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and asked, then when is he going to let the little prince succeed the throne? Yang Wei said, he's discussing with the imperial preceptor, and there's no result yet. When the result is out, tell me immediately. Qin Feiyang instructed. Understood. Yang Wei nodded. Qin Feiyang turned off the image crystal, pondered for a while, and then sent a message to Lu Xingchen and Old Qin. Although he now had the real imperial jade seal and the imperial decree in his hands, there was always an accident. The imperial preceptor would certainly not let him succeed so easily. So, he needed help. Old Qin was a false god, and Lu Xingchen could now also exert the battle strength of a false god. Asking for their help was undoubtedly the best choice. However, when he sent a message to Old Qin and Lu Xingchen, Qin Feiyang did not tell them his plan. He only said that he needed their help. After all, Lu Xingchen was also an ambitious person, and he had to guard against him. And when he heard that he needed help, Old Qin did not ask much and directly nodded to Qin Feiyang. Because now, he really couldn't find a way to stop the imperial preceptor, so he could only pin his hopes on Qin Feiyang. As for Lu Xingchen, without any suspense, he gave Qin Feiyang a condition. After all, he was a person who would not easily let go of any opportunity. And the condition was the same one that was invalid last time. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and nodded in agreement. After arranging everything, Qin Feiyang entered the castle and copied the fourth stroke of the Xing formula. Chapter 1377. Time flew by. 5 days later. A piece of news spread in the imperial palace. The emperor had broken through to the false god realm. Everyone was excited. Because the emperor had broken through to the false god realm, Great Qin's overall strength had increased by a large margin. However, Qin Feiyang, Old Qin, and the Kirin army commander knew that this was just a rumor spread by the imperial tutor. They also knew. The appearance of this rumor meant that the imperial tutor was about to take action and the little prince was about to inherit the throne. As expected. The next day, Qin Feiyang received a message from Yang Wei saying that the ceremony would be held in half a month at the central square of the first city district. The third day. This news started to spread in the imperial city. The imperial tutor purposely spread this news. Because, if it was announced on the day of the little prince's succession, it would be too sudden and people would find it hard to accept. Releasing the news now might cause a commotion in advance, but after half a month, everyone would be mentally prepared and have the ability to bear it. Moreover, in order to make this matter even more confusing, no one stepped out to confirm it. Everyone was guessing whether it was true or not. There was no suspense. In the following half a month, a huge storm was set off in the imperial city. Everyone was talking about this matter. This is too much. Does this old fart have any respect for the law? However, Old Qin was furious and raged in the spirit pagoda. When the little prince inherits the throne, the first thing the imperial tutor will do will be to remove me from the commander position. At that time, not only the law enforcement hall and the invincible Black Army, but even the Kirin army will fall into his hands. Old Qin, I really can't see any hope. What do you think we can do now? The commander of the Chilean army looked at Old Qin and sighed as he looked at the clear sky. Don't be anxious. Qin Feiyang asked for my help to stop the imperial tutor. We can't do anything, but he definitely has a way. Old Qin comforted. He was full of confidence in Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang, the commander of the Kirin army, pondered for a while and said, don't you know his character? Even if they do make a move, it will definitely be something detrimental to His Majesty. That's not important. As long as he truly wants the best for Great Qin, I will unconditionally support him. Old man Qin clenched his fists. No matter what, They had to stop the Grand Preceptor this time. Otherwise, the Grand Qin Empire would fall into chaos soon. Half a month passed quickly. In addition to the previous 5 days, Qin Feiyang had been cultivating for a total of 20 days. Although only 20 days had passed in the outside world, 200 days had passed in the ancient castle. Half a year. Qin Feiyang had only imitated half of the 4th stroke of the feasible character formula. In other words, how long would it take to finish the 4th stroke? However, with the castle around, Qin Feiyang didn't really care. On the contrary, he was very excited now. Because, after this period of seclusion, not only had the cultivation of Wolf King, Fatso, and the others greatly improved, the Thunder Leopard, the 3 beasts, Wang Yangfeng, and the others had all stepped into the peak of the 9-star War Emperor realm. In other words, in just a few dozen days, his foundation had increased by several times. Especially Thunder Leopard. When it was a 9-star War Emperor, with its natural advantage, it was enough to contend against a peak 9-star War Emperor realm super expert. And now, its cultivation had also stepped into the peak realm, and it already had the ability to kill others in an instant. In short, Thunder Leopard was now his strongest helper. Of course, the current white-eyed wolf could not be underestimated. Although its cultivation was not as good as Thunder Leopard, there was one thing that Thunder Leopard could never compare to. That was Wolf King's battle soul. Its battle soul was the nemesis of all battle souls. Therefore, after breaking through to the War Emperor realm, Wolf King was undoubtedly even more terrifying. Because its innate ability could deprive all living beings of their battle soul below the false god realm. Everyone knew the importance of the battle soul. Once the battle soul was lost, one's strength would drop by half. Therefore, in terms of threat, the Wolf King posed a greater threat to everyone than anyone else. Besides, the current white-eyed wolf's cultivation was not too low, it was a 3-star War Emperor. It was even close to breaking through to the 4-star War Emperor realm and catching up to Qin Feiyang. Early in the morning. The sky had not yet brightened, but the sky and streets of the first district had already become a sea of people. The surroundings of the central square were even more crowded. The teleportation gate in the square had long been closed. More than 100 men in black stood neatly at the edge of the square. Their eyes were cold, and their bodies were exuding a terrifying aura. They were not the invincible Black Army, nor were they the commanders of the Kirin Army. They were the enforcers of the inner court. The leader was the hall master of the inner court, Zhuge Nanhua. Zhuge Nanhua, a super expert at the peak of the 9-star War Emperor realm. The 100 over black-clothed men were all 9-star combat emperors. They were naturally arranged by the state preceptor to maintain the order of the day. More than 100 9-star war emperors were dispatched. It was enough to show how much importance the state preceptor placed on this ceremony. Other than Zhuge Nanhua and the 100 over men, there was also the chief eunuch, a few maids and eunuchs. They were setting up the scene and preparing the things for the ceremony. In the square, it was in full swing. In the pagoda, Elder Qin and the commander of the Kirin army were also waiting anxiously. However, in the ancient castle, it was dead silent. Qin Feiyang was still imitating the 4th stroke. Everyone was also cultivating, and there was not the slightest bit of tension in the atmosphere. Time passed just like that. The sky was bright. However, the sun did not rise. The sky was covered in haze. It was very hot and stuffy. It made one's mood somewhat irritable. In the square, under the lead of the chief eunuch, everything was basically set up properly. In the center, there was a statue of a god. The statue held a broken sword and looked up at the sky. It was like a god, exuding a monstrous aura. That's right. This was the statue of the deceased emperor. When every emperor ascended the throne, they had to pay respects to their ancestors first. Below the stone statue, there was a dragon throne. It was completely made of gold and dazzling. Other than the dragon throne, there were no other seats in the square. This was because only one person was qualified to sit in the ceremony, and that was the current emperor. Even the heir, the little prince, had to stand respectfully before the ceremony was over. On the ground in front of the dragon throne, there was a layer of golden fur mat. This was the place where the civil and military officials, as well as the marquises, stood. The chief eunuch glanced at the statue and the dragon throne. He walked to Zhuge Nanhua's side and said respectfully, "Lord Nangong, it's about time." Zhuge Nanhua nodded and looked up at the sky. He frowned and said, "The weather today is not very good." "Yes. It feels like it's going to rain." The chief eunuch frowned. The coronation ceremony was related to the fate of the great Qin dynasty. Therefore, there was a saying in the imperial palace, if it rains during the coronation ceremony, it is a bad omen. Thinking of this, the chief eunuch looked away and looked at Zhuge Nangong. He said in a low voice, "Should we change the date and hold the ceremony when the weather is better?" "Change the date?" Zhuge Nangong frowned and said, "The news has already been released. If we change the date now, I don't think it's appropriate." The chief eunuch said worriedly, "But the weather looks like it's going to rain." Zhuge Nanhua looked up at the sky again and saw dark clouds surging in the sky. "The weather was fine yesterday. Why did it become like this today?" Zhuge Nanhua was furious. He looked away and said to the chief eunuch, "You stay here and watch. I'll go ask the Grand Master." "Okay." The chief eunuch nodded. Zhuge Nanhua immediately opened a portal and landed in front of the Grand Master's courtyard. He said, "I have something to ask the Grand Master." "Come in." The Grand Master's voice came from the attic. Zhuge Nanhua entered the courtyard and walked to the front of the attic. He pushed open the door and saw the Grand Master sitting alone by the tea table, staring at the void in front of him. There was a hint of anticipation, joy, and nervousness on his face. Zhuge Nanhua entered the hall and closed the door. He cupped his hands and said, "Nanhua greets the Grand Master." The Grand Master was the son of the first Zhuge Wuho. Therefore, in private, Zhuge Nanhua, Zhuge Wuho, and the others all addressed him respectfully as the Grand Master or Grand Master Yun. However, the Grand Master did not seem to have heard it. He was still staring at the void in front of him. Zhuge Nanhua looked at the void in doubt. There was nothing there. Suddenly, he looked at the Grand Master and said with a smile, "The Grand Master must be very excited right now." The Grand Master finally looked away and said, "After waiting for so many years, this day has finally come. Of course, I'm excited, but at the same time, I'm a little hesitant." Hesitant? Zhuge Nanhua was stunned and asked in confusion, "What is the Grand Master worried about?" The Grand Master shook his head and said, "I don't know either. I can't explain the feeling. In short, I just can't calm down. This is because the Grand Master has waited for too long. When this moment really arrives, it feels too unreal." Zhuge Nanhua said with a smile. Yes, that's the feeling. It's very unreal, like a dream." The Grand Master nodded repeatedly. "Grand Master, you don't have to worry. With Emperor Hong around, the little prince inheriting the throne is a sure thing. There won't be any changes, and it won't change because of anyone." Zhuge Nanhua comforted. Hearing this, the Grand Master calmed down a lot and asked, "How's the arrangement?" "It's done, but there's a problem now." Zhuge Nanhua frowned. "What's the problem?" the Grand Master asked. Zhuge Nanhua said, "Grand Master, you should go out and take a look yourself." The Grand Master looked at him suspiciously, got up and opened the door. He stood in front of a flower bed and scanned the surroundings. But soon, he noticed the situation in the sky. Wasn't the weather pretty good yesterday? The Grand Master immediately frowned and looked at Zhuge Nanhua, who followed him out and said. Zhuge Nanhua said with a bitter smile, "I can only say that the weather is unpredictable." Just now, the head eunuch suggested changing the date. "Grand Master, what do you think?" "Things will change if we delay. We can't change it." The Grand Master didn't even think and directly shook his head. "But," Zhuge Nanhua said, "I know what you're going to say. But I really don't believe that it's an ominous sign." Chapter 1378. Old Ancestor, sometimes you can't just ignore luck. Zhuge Nanhua frowned. The Grand Tutor nodded. "You're right. But tell me, who will inherit the throne this time?" "The little prince." "Do you even need to ask?" Zhuge Nanhua was stunned and looked at the Grand Tutor in confusion. "That's right. It's the little prince who will inherit the throne." Even if it's an ominous sign, it's the little prince's business. What does it have to do with us? Besides, this ominous sign is only spread within the imperial palace. Outsiders don't know about it. Even if it really rains, it won't cause too much of a commotion. The Grand Tutor sneered. That's right. Zhuge Nanhua nodded in realization. The Grand Tutor smiled. Maybe we're the ones who brought this ominous sign. We? Zhuge Nanhua was stunned. That's right. Because we want to take the throne from the little prince, the ominous sign has appeared. This is a warning from the heavens to the little prince. However, the little prince is just a brat now. He doesn't know anything and doesn't understand this at all. The Grand Tutor said. Zhuge Nanhua pondered for a while and looked up at the sky. He smiled. Old ancestor, what you said does make sense. After saying that, Zhuge Nanhua said worriedly, however, if it really rains, Emperor Hong might give the order to cancel the ceremony. Therefore, we have to complete the ceremony as soon as possible. Go to the square first and maintain order. This old man will go look for Celestial Empress now and explain everything clearly to her, lest she makes any mistakes for this old man. The Grand Tutor said. Yes. Zhuge Nanhua replied respectfully and opened the portal. He turned around and walked in. Ominous sign, you actually created such a troublesome matter for me at such an important time. Heavens, are you playing with me? However, even if you're God, I won't compromise. The Grand Tutor looked at the hazy sky and smiled coldly. Then, he rose into the sky and disappeared at lightning speed. About half an hour passed. Buzz. Qin Feiyang received a message from Yang Wei. All the civil and military officials had arrived at the central square. All the vassals had also arrived. The grand ceremony was about to begin. Qin Feiyang finally withdrew his arm, closed the book, and left the castle. On the square, the various feudal lords and civil and military officials gathered at the center of the square, whispering to each other. The surroundings of the square were also extremely noisy. Hundreds of civil and military officials have arrived. It seems that the news of His Majesty's abdication is true. But have you thought about it? The little prince is still so young. He doesn't have the ability to take charge at all. How can His Majesty rest assured and hand over the throne to him? Even if he doesn't want to care about worldly affairs, does he have to wait until the little prince grows up? Yes, I wonder what His Majesty is thinking. People could not figure it out. Don't forget that there's still someone in the imperial capital. Who? Qin Feiyang. As soon as they heard the name Qin Feiyang, everyone immediately fell silent, and a trace of fear crept into their eyes. Back then, Qin Feiyang must have killed the princes for the throne. Because once the princes are dead, he will be the only heir. No one can compete with him. It makes sense. Although he was expelled from the imperial palace, he is still the emperor's flesh and blood. If the emperor has no children, he will definitely be considered when he abdicates. However, he is still one step behind. The emperor and empress gave birth to another Raiko. That being said, the little prince is too weak. With Qin Feiyang's means, it will be a piece of cake for him to deal with him. I think there will definitely be a scene of brothers killing each other today. Just as the people were discussing, 3 figures suddenly appeared in the sky above the square. Prince Hao Tian, Empress, and the state preceptor have arrived. The chief eunuch shouted loudly. The square immediately fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked up at the 3 people. At the moment, the 3 people were dressed very formally. The state preceptor wore a golden crown and a pale golden robe. He held his head high and his hands behind his back. His face was serious and he looked extraordinary. The empress was also wearing a phoenix robe, a phoenix crown, and a phoenix cloud on her shoulders, showing a luxurious aura. The little prince was wearing a golden robe with a 4-clawed golden dragon embroidered on it. It was very vivid. However, after all, the little prince was still young. Looking at the civil and military officials, the various vassals, and the people gathered around, there was a touch of panic on his little face that could not be concealed. Greetings, Your Highness. Greetings, Empress. Greetings, State Preceptor. Zhuge Nanhua and Zhuge Wuho looked at each other and both knelt down to kowtow. Seeing this, The other Wuho, civil and military officials, as well as the surrounding people, immediately knelt down. One must know. At the moment, there were at least 8 million people gathered in the first district. With so many people speaking at the same time, what kind of scene was it? The voices intertwined with one another and soared into the sky, shaking the heavens. The state preceptor and the empress enjoyed the feeling of being worshipped by the people and being high and mighty. But the little prince was at a loss. When the empress noticed the little prince's situation, she whispered, "Haotian, let them rise." "Oh." The little prince nodded and stretched out his little hand. "Everyone, please rise." "Thank you, Your Highness." Everyone bowed and stood up. The empress raised her eyebrows, squatted in front of the little prince and helped him tidy up his clothes, and whispered, "Haotian, what you said was wrong." "What's wrong?" The little prince's face was full of suspicion. "No matter if you are a prince or an emperor, you can't say the word please to the civil and military officials, or the people of the empire. Because this will make you lose your dignity, understand?" Celestial Empress advised earnestly. The little prince nodded his head as if he did not understand. The state preceptor at the side secretly sneered. The little prince was so young, how could he understand these things? Cough. The state preceptor coughed and said, Empress, everyone is waiting, bring the little prince down first." "Okay." The empress nodded, grabbed the little prince's hand, and landed in front of the dragon throne. The state preceptor also landed at the side, glanced at the officials and the people around, and did not want to waste any more time, so he nodded to the chief eunuch. The chief eunuch understood, looked forward, and said loudly, "The ceremony begins." Everyone immediately quieted down. The square was as silent as ashes. The civil and military officials, as well as the marquises, were also divided into 2 camps, standing neatly on both sides of the dragon throne. "Bring the holy water," the chief eunuch shouted again. Immediately, 2 palace maids walked into the square. One of the palace maids was holding a golden basin half filled with water, and as she walked, she created layers of waves. The other palace maid was holding a golden tray, and on it was a neatly folded towel. The void. Lu Xingchen stood in the space divine item, looking at the little prince, the empress, and the state preceptor in the image, his eyes flickering. Mu Qing looked at the golden basin in the palace maid's hand and asked in confusion, "My lord, what is this holy water?" Lu Xingchen was stunned and teased, "If I say that it can bring the dead back to life, will you believe it?" "Of course. Otherwise, why would it be called holy water?" Mu Qing said. Lu Xingchen was speechless for a moment, and shook his head. "The holy water is just dew collected in the morning." "Ah." Mu Qing looked stunned. "This is the so-called holy water?" For a moment, he was quite speechless. "Why isn't Qin Feiyang here yet?" Lu Xingchen looked at the image again and murmured. Mu Qing said disdainfully, "Don't you know this bastard? He will definitely wait until the end and appear as the finale." Lu Xingchen was stunned, then shook his head with a smile, and murmured, "I don't know what he wants to do this time. It can't be anything good." Mu Qing snorted coldly. He had a lot of opinions about Qin Feiyang now. Outside, the 2 palace maids walked up to the little prince and bowed. "Greetings, Your Highness." "Please," the little prince was about to say please again, but when he saw the empress's eyes, he shrank his neck slightly and immediately changed his words, "Rise." "Thank you, Your Highness." The 2 of them thanked him respectfully. But they didn't rise. Instead, they knelt on the ground and handed the golden basin and towel to the little prince. The little prince looked at the golden basin and towel suspiciously, raised his little head, looked at the empress, and asked, "Mother, what should I do?" "Wash your hands. Then use the towel to wipe the water off your hands. This is a necessary step to worship the ancestors." The empress whispered. "I see." The little prince smiled and immediately raised his 2 little hands and put them into the golden basin. Then, a shocking scene appeared. The little prince suddenly became playful and played with the water in front of everyone. He was having a lot of fun. After all, he was still a child and still had the innocence of a child. But the state preceptor's face gradually darkened when he saw this scene. Seeing the change in the state preceptor's face, the empress quickly squatted down, grabbed the towel on the tray, and whispered, "Tian, now is not the time to play. Raise your hands." The little prince pursed his lips, raised his little hands, and put them in front of the empress. The empress immediately used the towel to wipe the water off the little prince's hands, then put the towel back on the tray, and waved her hand, "You may leave." "Yes." The two palace maids responded respectfully and turned to leave the square quickly. The chief eunuch glanced at the state preceptor's face and immediately shouted, "Burn the incense and worship the ancestors," before his voice died away. Another palace maid walked into the square with an exquisite tray in her hand, on which there were 3 finger-thick incense sticks and a candle. When the palace maid walked up to the little prince with the tray in her hands, the little prince's face was filled with suspicion again. The state preceptor was extremely impatient, and said to the emperor through telepathy, "This kid doesn't know anything. It's a waste of time. Bring him to burn the incense and worship the ancestors." "Okay." The empress responded secretly, then grabbed the 3 incense sticks and lit them on the candle. Immediately, green smoke curled up. Then, the empress pulled the little prince to the statue of the late emperor, and knelt down and kowtowed 9 times. At this moment, the civil and military officials, the Zhuge Liang, and the surrounding people also kowtowed to the statue. Chapter 1379. But the difference was, in other people's hearts, they all held 120% respect for the statue of the late emperor. Because without the late emperor, there would be no current Great Qin Empire. Without the Great Qin Empire, there would be no them. So, people were not only grateful to the late emperor, but also grateful. But the imperial preceptor and the people of the Zhuge family were full of ridicule. So what if the late emperor was strong? Wasn't the Great Qin Empire now in the hands of their Zhuge family? Even in the near future, the Great Qin would change its surname to Zhuge. In fact, they were also very grateful to the late emperor. Because, if the late emperor hadn't overthrown the Tianyang Empire and established the Great Qin Empire, their Zhuge family wouldn't be where they were today. Of course, their gratitude was tinged with sarcasm. A moment later, the ceremony of burning incense and worshipping the ancestors was finally completed. The empress pulled the little prince and walked to the side of the imperial preceptor. The officials and the people also got up one after another. The imperial preceptor looked at the head eunuch and said, "Read the imperial edict." The head eunuch nodded and took out the imperial edict from his chenkuan bag. This imperial edict was naturally prepared by the imperial preceptor and Emperor Hong in advance, and it was even stamped with the imperial jade seal. Seeing the head eunuch take out the imperial edict, the people present knelt on the ground again. This time, the empress and the little prince also knelt down. "His Majesty has decreed." The head eunuch opened the imperial edict and solemnly read it out. The content was similar to the handwritten edict in Qin Feiyang's hands. The only difference was that the handwritten edict wanted Qin Feiyang to replace the imperial preceptor and assist the little prince. And in the imperial edict, the imperial preceptor still assisted the little prince in handling the state affairs. After reading it out, the head eunuch looked at the little prince and the imperial preceptor and said, "Your Highness, imperial preceptor, please accept the edict. This subject thanks your Majesty for your trust. This subject swears here that I will not let your Majesty down and assist His Highness well. For the Great Qin, for the people, I will do my best until I die." The imperial preceptor prostrated in front of the head eunuch and shouted righteously, his face full of gratitude, "This child thanks Father." At the empress's signal, the little prince also knelt on the ground and said respectfully. Then, he received the imperial edict from the head eunuch. The chief eunuch took out the imperial jade seal and looked at the little prince. He smiled and said, "Your Highness, please accept the imperial jade seal." At this moment, the state preceptor was extremely excited. As long as the little prince received the imperial jade seal, he would be the true emperor of the Great Qin Empire. No one could change that. The empress was equally excited. A mother's status depended on her son. Now that the little prince had become the emperor, her status in the imperial palace would naturally rise as well. Wait. But just as the little prince stood up and was about to take the imperial jade seal, a cold voice sounded. Everyone was slightly startled and quickly looked towards the source of the voice. They saw that the person who spoke was the Marquis of Shao. Both the imperial tutor and Empress Dowager's eyes flashed with hostility. The head eunuch asked, "Does Marquis Shao have any objections? This is your Majesty's imperial edict. Naturally, I do not dare to object. However, I do not understand why your Majesty did not attend such an important ceremony in person." Marquis Shao said. "So it's about that." The head eunuch came to a realization and said with a smile, "Your Majesty knew that someone would ask this, so he specially instructed me to tell everyone that he is currently in seclusion and does not want to be distracted." Marquis Shao asked, "Is seclusion more important than the coronation ceremony?" The head eunuch's gaze turned slightly cold as he said, "How can we, mere mortals, guess the thoughts of your Majesty? Therefore, Marquis Shao, please do not cause any more trouble in public and affect the progress of the ceremony." Marquis Shao's face darkened as he knelt on the ground and said, "I did not cause any trouble. I was just voicing out the doubts in my heart. If I have offended the dragon's might, I am willing to accept the punishment." The head eunuch smiled and said, "Marquis Shao is concerned about your Majesty. Your Majesty will definitely be deeply gratified when he learns of this. Please get up quickly." Marquis Shao frowned as he stood up and retreated to the side. He really wanted to see the emperor, but based on the current situation, it was impossible. The head eunuch also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He scanned the civil and military officials and the various marquis and asked, "Does anyone else have any objections?" "No." Marquis Zhuge was the first to shake his head. The others looked at each other and shook their heads as well. The head eunuch swept his gaze across the crowd and looked at the little prince. He smiled and said, "Your Highness, please accept the imperial jade seal." "All right." The little prince nodded and raised his hands. The head eunuch immediately placed the imperial jade seal in the little prince's hands. "This subject greets your Majesty." Following closely, the head eunuch was the first to kneel in front of the little prince and respectfully called out, "Greetings, your Majesty." The officials knelt down once again. The imperial advisor also bowed, but his hands were tightly clenched together. He was incomparably excited. "Your Majesty, please ascend to the dragon throne." The head eunuch. The little prince raised his head and looked at the dragon throne before skipping towards it. The empress hurriedly grabbed the little prince and said in a low voice, "Tian, now that you are the emperor, you can't be like this anymore. You have to be mature and solemn." "How troublesome." The little prince muttered in dissatisfaction as he allowed the empress to pull him to the front of the dragon throne. He turned around and sat on it, unhappy. However, the two small hands did not stop. They touched here and there, unable to calm down. At the end of the day, he was still a child. It was difficult for him to be mature and steady like an adult. The imperial advisor frowned and looked at the empress. He sent a voice transmission, "This is improper. Hurry and carry him. Don't let him move." "All right." The empress nodded and carried the little prince. She sat on the dragon throne and held the little prince's hands with both hands. She whispered, "Tian, everyone watch. Listen to your mother and don't move." The little prince pouted and his little face was filled with displeasure. The imperial advisor glanced at the little prince and walked to the side of the dragon throne. He looked at the officials and a cold glint flashed in his old eyes. His Majesty is still young and there are many things that he doesn't know. Therefore, I hope that everyone can assist His Majesty with all their strength from now on to manage the court well and seek the well-being of the people. Yes, Imperial Advisor. The civil and military officials and marquises all cheered. Of course. If I find out that someone is playing tricks behind my back, I won't let them off easily, the Imperial Advisor said again. His Majesty's eyes trembled and he said no. The Imperial Advisor is so impressive. But then, a faint laugh suddenly sounded. The Imperial Advisor raised his eyebrows and scanned the void in the square. He really came. The group of officials and the surrounding crowd could not help but feel a chill in their hearts when they heard this voice. They hurriedly looked at the void. Because this voice was too familiar to everyone. It was Qin Feiyang. Under everyone's gaze, A young man in white appeared out of thin air under the statue of the deceased emperor. Who else could it be but Qin Feiyang? Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang's back and their pupils constricted. The imperial advisor's brows were also furrowed. But there was one person who was overjoyed when he saw Qin Feiyang appear. That was the little prince. "Brother," the little prince cried out in surprise and broke free from the empress's arms and ran toward Qin Feiyang. Seeing this, the imperial advisor hurriedly grabbed the little prince and sent him back to the empress. He said with a voice transmission, "If you don't keep an eye on him and let him do whatever he wants, don't blame me for being rude." The empress's body trembled and she hurriedly hugged the little prince in her arms and whispered, "Tian, I beg you, please don't move around now, okay? I'm not, I just want to find my brother." The little prince looked innocent. "You may treat him as your brother, but he may not treat you as his brother. Don't be silly, okay? Maybe he's here to steal the martial monarch throne from you." The empress said anxiously. "Really? That's great. Anyway, I don't like being the emperor. It's definitely not fun, so I'll let my brother be the emperor." The little prince was overjoyed. Hearing this, the empress, the imperial advisor, the civil and military officials below, and the marquises all changed their expressions. The little prince did not care at all. He looked at the empress and said coquettishly, "Mother, can you let my brother be the emperor?" The imperial advisor suddenly turned his head and stared at the little prince like a poisonous snake, his eyes flashing with a terrifying light. The little prince was small and did not care at all. However, the empress's face turned pale instantly. She hurriedly covered the little prince's mouth and begged, "My little ancestor, can you stop talking?" The little prince looked wronged. Qin Feiyang did not seem to notice all of this. From the moment he appeared, he had been looking at the statue of his ancestor in silence. After an unknown period of time, Qin Feiyang suddenly knelt on the ground and bowed respectfully to the statue of his ancestor. "Ancestor, don't worry, the empire of the great Qin will never be taken away because I'm here." After muttering in his heart, Qin Feiyang stood up and faced the imperial advisor and the others. The imperial advisor frowned. "What are you doing here?" Qin Feiyang glanced at the little prince and smiled at the imperial advisor. "As his brother, how can I not congratulate him on his ascension?" Congratulate? Everyone looked at each other. It was probably not that simple. However, no one dared to say it out loud. The imperial advisor said in a deep voice, "Since you're here to congratulate, why did you come so late? Don't you know? The main character usually appears last." Qin Feiyang chuckled. The empress said angrily, "Qin Feiyang, don't be presumptuous. The main character today is my son." "That's right. Today is the day of His Majesty Haotian's ascension, but you say that you are the main character. May I ask what your intentions are?" Zhuge Wuhou also shouted. Qin Feiyang glanced at the empress and Zhuge Wuhou, and the corner of his mouth pursed into a playful smile. He said, "The two of you are indeed close friends. Even your words are so tacit." The word close friend was especially emphasized. When the two of them heard this, a trace of panic immediately appeared on their faces. Could it be that this little bastard already knew about their matter? The imperial advisor raised his eyebrows imperceptibly and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Since you're here to congratulate, you should have prepared a gift, right?" "Of course. And there's more than one gift." Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile. The imperial advisor said, "Then please present it." "Don't worry. Before presenting the gift, I still have something to deal with." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and slowly walked towards the little prince. "Qin Feiyang, His Highness Haotian is now the emperor of the Great Qin. You'd better not act recklessly.